Your Sac Field is once again host to a top-of-the-table clash, only this time there's a new league leader. Number 2 Sky Blue FC will face off against the number 1 FC Kansas City Blues here in Piscataway, New Jersey, as Sky Blue FC will strive to take back the number 1 spot in the National Women's Soccer League. Alongside Dan Loletta, I'm Danielle DiGavanzo, and thank you for joining us here on YouTube. FC Kansas City defeated Boston 3-0 last Wednesday and are now at the top of the NWSL standings with 32 points, with Sky Blue FC still has 31 points after dropping a 3-0 game to Western New York last Sunday.
Hey Danielle, good to be here with you. As always, I've been looking forward to this match for some time because I really enjoy watching FC Kansas City play, and I sat down Wednesday night and I watched their webcast against Boston. That's the best I've seen an NWSL team play this season. I haven't seen every game, I've seen most of the games. Every time that an FC Kansas City player touches the ball, they move it with a purpose. They've not lost in 8 games. Now, a couple of those have been very bad draws, including one here when they had a lead in the 85th minute, 2 goals, and it turned into a draw. They had a worse one in Chicago when they had a 2-goal lead in the 87th minute. The Red Stars got a player injured, couldn't replace her, then scored 2 goals, one in the 90th minute, one in stoppage time. But 8 in a row without a loss for Kansas City. They are moving in the right direction. Sky Blue struggling a bit. Some injuries are now into the team, so this is a really interesting litmus test to see where both teams are, as you said, top of the table clash.
Well, the Blues seem to have a little bit of struggling being able to finish out games. We saw in the Boston matchup, they scored 2 goals in the last 2 minutes, trying to turn that around.
Yeah, they have to be very pleased that not only were they able to finish out the Boston game with some late goals. I thought the Breakers were tired and maybe a little bit mentally shot when KC went up. I think it was the 72nd minute, and they took a 1-0 lead. Maybe for some of the Breaker players, that was a signal that, wow, we are in big trouble here in terms of if we lose this game, we're probably not going to be in the playoffs. So maybe they were a little bit mentally shot at that point as well. But both of the games where they've had the 2-goal leads and gave them up late, they bounced back with great performances right after that. So even though they have had trouble closing games out, the one here, they got burned by 2 long balls that Sky Blue sent into the penalty area that were allowed to drop, and then Monica Ocampo eventually finished off both of them. But they haven't allowed that to carry over to the next game, so that's a very positive attribute for them.
Well, Coach Antonovsky, talking to him before the game, he said that the Boston game was good, but not their best performance. He says that the still is best to come, has yet to come for the Blues, and they're focusing on just doing whatever they can to not just only be the first in the league, but get the number 1 spot and be able to go number 1 going into playoffs.
And the interesting thing, this is a top-of-the-table clash, but lurking in 3rd place are the Thorns, who play about, I think their game starts about an hour after this one, depending on when we actually get started here. But they have matches in hand, so if the Thorns win out, they will finish first, regardless of what happens here, even though this is a top-of-the-table clash. But one of those matches is against Kansas City, so KC has that Portland match still to come to see if they can solidify themselves as the top seed. And they really are starting to play better. They made an interesting trade a few weeks ago when they sent Renee Cuellar to Seattle, and what they basically did was they took a team that was pretty good, and they realized, okay, we're pretty good here, but we can get better if we take out this one part that maybe doesn't fit in with the rest. And credit to them because they've played their best soccer since they've sent Cuellar up to Seattle.
The Blues are very good at possessing. As you said, every touch seems to have a purpose, and that's with the 5 that they have in the midfield, having the 2 center midfielders sitting and the 3 up top, and leading that is Lauren Holiday. She's had 6 straight games that she's gotten at least a point, whether it's a goal or an assist, the 4th consecutive game since her wedding, which is now why she's Lauren Holiday versus Lauren Cheney, as some of you may know her as. And even that game against Boston, she had 2 assists, and she's now number 1 in assists in the league with 8, and tied for first place in goals with 10.
Not a bad season, and especially, you mentioned she missed 2 games for her wedding. She missed some games to play for the U.S., so she doesn't even have a full season, and she's leading in goals and assists. But the midfield has really been bolstered by the emergence of Erica Timrak. 2nd-round pick in the draft earlier this year. Not that many people really knew who she was. She had a few decent performances off the bench. How many times have we heard that? But she got into the starting lineup, and all of a sudden, she's one of the top 4 or 5 attacking, creative midfielders in the league. It's hard to dispossess her, and her and Holiday seem to have worked out a great working relationship already. I'd be surprised if Timrak is not in national team camp before the end of this year, and she has really emerged as a force, and that's no question to me right now. I think for a while it was Sky Blue. There's no question right now FC Kansas City has the best midfield in NWSL.
And Timrek, too, earned Player of the Week honors for her performance last week. So even then, you're seeing Timrek's really coming as her own. She's getting more comfortable, and you're starting to see the fancy footwork that she has. She is such a technical player, and love watching her play.
It really does. It looks sometimes like she's dragging the ball, and like the ball is literally stuck on the inside of her foot. It's just that special to watch her move with the ball, and a lot of the online community was saying that she took a step backwards Wednesday after her Player of the Week performance. If that's a step backwards on Wednesday, I'll take that step backwards every time. She was pretty good Wednesday night, I thought.
Timrek has been a little bit inconsistent as ways, but recently she's really been more consistent in that way, and she's having better performances, and we'll see if she'll be able to continue and play well against Sky Blue FC. And Sky Blue FC, they've had the injury bug hit their way. They've had quite a few injuries, Caitlin Ford being the biggest one. She will be out with the left foot sprain that she suffered against Western New York Flash. Kelly O'Hara still out with the right ankle, and Manya McCoskey will also be out with a concussion.
That's a series of big blows, and don't forget Lisa Devanna will play, but she was not, that was not a given throughout the week, and they lost her and Ford in the first half hour up in Western New York on Sunday, and that didn't help. They bring in a new right back. Lindsay Lisenby-Cutchall will play at right back tonight. It's her first professional start, and she will have her work cut out for her with this FC Kansas City team, who can absolutely attack on the flanks, as we saw against Boston the other night and as we've seen throughout the season. The McCoskey thing, I think, is somewhat overcome by the fact that Brittany Bach is now back in the starting lineup, because I think that's the way it was supposed to be to begin with. But at one time, Sky Blue probably had the best bench in the league, but now some of those players are starting, and probably the new best bench in the league. Same thing with the midfield goes to FC Kansas City. But, Sky Blue's going to have to pull some magic tonight to try to get back to what they were doing in May and June when they were winning all the time.
Well, talking with a couple players at practice yesterday, they're all very confident with their team that they've got. They have a great depth. Taylor Lytle said that's one of the big things they have. The advantage is they have such a deep bench, and they can rely on many players to step up. Cutchall, the WCC Player of the Year, as you mentioned, getting her first start in the NWSL. She's going to be playing right back. The rest of the Sky Blue FC starting lineup, Brittany Cameron will be getting the start in goal after Jill Lloyden got the start in Western New York game in Rochester. So Cameron at goal, Cutchall, Rampone, Goodson, and Johnson in the back four. In the middle, Bach, Lytle, and Friels. And up top, Nisha Adams, Sophie Schmidt, and Lisa Devanna.
Now, when Schmidt started up top a couple games ago, Jim Gabarra told us afterwards that she spent too much time in the midfield. And he said that wasn't so bad, except that all three of his forwards that day were at times back in the midfield by themselves, and that doesn't work because then you don't have any forwards. We know Lisa Devanna won't drop back too much into the midfield, but against Boston, the last game here was a scoreless draw, and Schmidt started up top, wound up in the midfield, and I thought she changed the game to some extent in the second half, dropping back into the midfield. So I'm curious as to what the thinking was behind Schmidt starting up top, and I wonder if that will stick for the entire match. But I think that's the area on the field where Sky Blue, that'll determine how well they play tonight, is that attacking midfield to the withdrawn striker area. That position on the field, if they can figure that part out with this lineup, then I think they'll have a much better chance of getting through this one.
And also they have Monica Ocampo on the bench, so she may come in and play up top if need be. If Sophie Schmidt's better off, and then maybe in the midfield instead, dropping in, as you said. And also, we have Lisa Devanna coming back. As we mentioned, she had the hamstrings that she had a problem with in Rochester, but she will be starting. It'll be interesting to see how she'll be able to handle that. I know the coaching staff told her that she should try to check back more. She's the player with the most offsides in the league, and that's something they've been stressing to her, is that she needs to watch the line, because they cannot afford to have the run of play cut off because of the constant offsides calls.
Yeah, she does get called offsides quite a bit, and again, in the Boston game, it looked like she got caught a few times early, and then it kind of took her out of the game mentally. It looked like she was looking at the bench a lot and seemed very clearly frustrated. She's a rhythm player offensively, so if you don't get her in an early rhythm, that can cause a problem. She also loves to run at backlines. KC's is as tough a backline to run at as there is, because as we said, everything is short passing, everything has a purpose. Plus, nursing a hamstring injury, the field will be wet, at least at the start. It's raining right now at about 5 to 7, so that probably is not going to help Devanna running around the way she likes to at the back four.
And with the FCKC back four, we have Mewis, who's been coming in at the left back and been doing a great job in that position. Sesselman, Sauerbrunn, and Robinson will round out the back four, and they may not be the quickest back line in the NWSL, but all four players are very technical and they're very smart players, which is why they're able to seem to be in the right spot all the time because they can predict the play 2-3 moves ahead of it.
And I think Leanne Robinson, one of the more underappreciated technical outside backs in the league. And then they have Buskowski and Scott playing above the back four. And anytime anybody goes forward, and even Sauerbrunn likes to get forward quite a bit at times, Buskowski or Scott will just very seamlessly drop back and fill that spot. So we were talking about this before we came on. Very seldom do we see the Blues give the ball up in a position where it's what you call a bad giveaway, and then you see all the backsides of their defenders running back toward the goal because it's a numbers up situation in the attacking third. It's very difficult to break that team down.
FCKC is a very organized team, and they move as a unit up and down the field, so they constantly have numbers up, which is why they are able to possess the ball so well, because they always have at least two options available for the player with the ball. Looking at the rest of the starting lineup, in the two center defensive mid holding position will be Desiree Scott and Buskowski. Then you have Holiday, Timrak, and Matthias, and up top, Henderson would be the lone forward.
And interesting, Henderson doesn't have any goals, but she's gotten a lot of credit for how she has played a little bit more diverse, a lot more diverse than what Renee Cuellar did. And you brought up an interesting point to me the other day about is Sky Blue the team that is going to be the thorn in the side of Sky Blue, kind of the way the Flash are. Let me rephrase that. Is Sky Blue going to be the thorn in the side of Kansas City the way the Flash are for Sky Blue? I don't know that we know the answer to that yet. They played once in Kansas City. Sesselman got red carded in the first half, penalty kick. Then they played with 10. Last time was a very strange game here where I thought Sky Blue carried the play but trailed. Then they got the two late goals. Tonight, Sky Blue's not at full strength, so I don't think Kansas City can prove that that's not the case. Maybe Sky Blue can prove that it is the case.
It'll be interesting to see, but right now we have a weather delay. As you may be able to see, it's downpouring right now. The sirens are going off, warning us of lightning within the area, so there is a weather delay. But it's pretty obvious that Western New York has Sky Blue FC's number, and Sky Blue FC's 4 losses this season, 3 of them have been to the Flash.
And now they have to start thinking, could we be back seeing them again on August 24th or 31st? That's when the semis and the finals are, and it really is not a favorable matchup for Sky Blue. I thought it was an interesting decision to move Caitlin Ford up to an outside forward position last week because she had been burned so badly in the previous 2 starts by Samantha Kerr, her fellow Australian teenager, who the Flash actually swapped sides just in order to match up with Caitlin Ford. But certainly, if Sky Blue sees the Flash again, they're going to have to come up with something better than they've given in the last 3 because they have not even sniffed beating them the last 3 times they've played.
In both those games, or the last 2 games, they lost 3-0, weren't even able to convert. And then the game before that, it was a 2-1 game. And all 3 of those games, Western New York has scored first within the first 13 minutes.
And they've scored, right, they scored first, they've scored early, and Sky Blue hasn't had an answer for Abby Wambach. And that's not something that's necessarily so easy to come up with. Wambach is pretty good, as we know. More goals internationally than any player ever, and works hard. Sometimes that gets overlooked because of her size and because of the fact that, her critics like to say, well, she slows down in offense, but she also, she's had the 2 assists against Sky Blue on Sunday on Fox Soccer. A lot of players with her goal-scoring credentials take those shots, and yet she gave one to Lloyd, who had a bit of a challenging finish, and she gave the other one up, and, she could have easily changed, that could have gone a lot differently with a different player out there, but Wambach, is a very impressive player. One of the top 2 or 3 candidates in my mind for MVP. Sky Blue's going to have to figure out how to stop her if they do see her again.
And another candidate for MVP, I think, is Lauren Holiday. She's been dominating wherever she is on the field throughout the season and really just a leader for the FCKC team. And such a credit to her to be able to put so much on the board, whether it's giving an assist or scoring in the few games that she has played compared to other players around the league.
I completely agree. She has carried possession for this team. Sometimes the reason that there's so many players in support is because she's able to hold on to the ball, and that allows her teammates time to recover or to get in the position that she can find them. She also has a knack for scoring from outside the 18-yard box. We were talking over at Equalizer. I might have mentioned this even last time they played here, but we were trying to figure out the best goals of the season, and you could easily come up with 4 or 5 Holiday/Cheney goals, including the last time they were here when she made a crazy cut in the box, took one of the center backs off her feet, and then from that point had a fairly routine finish. But that's because she was able to work the ball with her possession style and get it into a position where she had the easy shot, where when she got the ball at first, she didn't have that easy shot.
And Holiday is another one of those technical players that's really good with her feet, and she also has a cannon of a right leg. She's able to rip the ball out from 30 yards out. You leave her open, she's going to take that shot, and 8 out of 10 times it's going on frame.
Absolutely. So that's going to be up to Brittany Cameron, who has had a series of very impressive saves for Sky Blue this season. Maybe she'll need to come up with another one tonight on Holiday in order to keep Sky Blue in touch with this one. But keeping Holiday off the board or keeping her from creating a chance for somebody else to get on the board, that is no easy task.
And Cameron, too, has 7 shutouts this season. Has been statistically one of the best goalkeepers in the league.
She's been great, and yet sometimes when you watch her, you get a little concerned, you get a little nervous. She comes out of her box a lot, and sometimes it's not the prettiest, but she has, for the most part, made the plays when it's mattered this season. And Jill Lloyden, who was, let's be honest, Jill Lloyden came here to be the starting goalkeeper, and she broke her hand in the spring, and Cameron got the nod, and she was playing so well they couldn't really replace her. And for one reason or another, Lloyden got the start against the Flash, and she played very well in terms of shot stopping. The defense didn't look so good. Sometimes that's a reflection on the keeper, sometimes not, but she gave up 3. Now Cameron's getting another shot.
Well, I think Lloyden in the game against New York did everything that she could, the best she can do. She had a couple of great saves, especially in the first half. She had a double save. First she made a save on Kerr, gets up and dives across the goal mount to get the save on the opposite post. And even the goals, Abby Wambach got the ball over the top, the defensive line. The first goal was offsides. They all stood to put their hand up, no call, instead of continuing with the play. And Lloyden shut off Abby Wambach's shot both times, but Abby Wambach, being the player she has recognized, I have players open on the opposite post, I'm going to pass it off.
Right, and that's what the keeper's supposed to do. Keeper handles the shot, and then the defenders try to clog the passing lanes or mark the player who the pass is going to. The only thing that I will say about Lloyden's performance last week, and we probably don't know this for certain, but the keeper, to some extent, as I said, is responsible for how the back line performs. So maybe there was some communication where she's not quite as in sync with the defenders at this point as Cameron is. Maybe, who knows. But they also had a different right back, Maddie Thompson, with Ford not back there. So there's a lot of things that could have been in play. But sometimes I think it's hard and it's wrong to just look at a keeper and say, well, she made X number of saves, so she played great. Defense let her down, because the keeper is part of the defense.
And it's interesting to see that Cabrera decided to not give Jill Lloyden another opportunity to play back-to-back games, instead deciding to do the goalkeeper switch and put Brittany Cameron in at the back of the net. And we are still in a rain delay here at Ursack Field, where Sky Blue FC will be hosting FC Kansas City in the top-of-the-table matchup. FC Kansas City, number 1 in the league as of right now, while Sky Blue FC is number 2. After FC Kansas City won 3-0 against Boston on Wednesday. Now, Dan, looking at this matchup, what's going to be key for Sky Blue FC to try to get out of this rut that they're in and get back on the winning side of things?
Well, I think they need quick decisions and decisive decisions on the ball in midfield. In this slump that they've been in, which I think there are teams, see Washington Spirit, who would like their slumps to be Sky Blue slumps, but it hasn't been as crisp as it was leading into around the time that they played these guys last time, and when they had the Thorns here, which was the last top-of-the-table clash and the scoreless draw and all that. But I think they need, when they get the ball in the midfield, they need quick decisions. They need to move it purposefully to somebody else, keep moving around, and build from that point into a positive attacking position. And they also need to make sure that they take care of the right side of their back, because Cutshall's making her first pro start. And she's been banged up a lot, so I don't know how much she's practiced this season, but I'm sure that it isn't as much as Jim Cabrera would like at this point.
You stole the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say that Cutshall's been in and out with ankle injuries and this and that, but Coach Cabrera is confident that she is able to start at that right back, and you always have options on the bench as well. You've got Maddie Thompson along with Melanie Booth, who could come in and play at that right back if need be. So he does have the options to switch things up, but a key thing will be the center midfield. Will Bachby and Lytle and Friels be able to handle the competition in their three against Holiday, Timrack, and Matthias.
And Bach is a physical presence, and Timrack, for all the positive attributes he has, is not, at this point in time, a very developed physical presence. So maybe that's an area where Bach can kind of win that matchup if they tangle here and there. And a player we haven't touched on enough is Desiree Scott, because she is, as anybody who reads my stuff on Equalizer knows, I'm a big Desiree Scott fan. I think she's the best defensive midfielder in the league. She wins an inordinate number of tackles that she gets in. She has Buskowski over there to help cover in case she ever gets in a tackle and doesn't win the ball. And, that's the area that I had said earlier where Sky Blue's got to perform. They can't let Scott break up all the attacks and find themselves going the other way. They either have to go over Scott like they did a few times the last time, or they have to be aggressive, moving around and spraying the ball in and out to keep the Blues defense off balance.
And one way to counter that is to be able to make sure you get your defensive players into the attack. Kendall Johnson on the left flank and Lindsay Cutchell on the right flank. They got to be able to get in and be that option on the flank to distribute it out and work their way around Desiree Scott.
Right, and I find that sometimes when you get a new outside back, at least early in the game, they're hesitant to go forward because they really want to make sure they don't blow their defensive coverage. So it might take 10 or 15 minutes for Cutchell to be comfortable to start really moving forward. I think one thing for Cutchell that'll be good is that we've talked before about how when she's come in off the bench and it's been late in the game, she hasn't necessarily had a defined role. It's either been we're trying to hold the lead or we're pushing forward frantically to get a goal. Now she's the right back, so she should go into this match knowing these are my responsibilities, and she'll be able to focus on those. So we'll see how quickly she gets comfortable enough to really get forward.
And throughout practice this week, she's been practicing at that right back, and having Christy Rampone alongside and helping you out also gives you a slight advantage and helps you feel more comfortable that you have somebody to rely on if you make a mistake, or somebody to help guide you to make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing on the field.
It never hurt to have Christy Rampone playing anywhere close to you. If she's on your team, that is.
Captain America, and also the captain of Sky Blue FC. Yep. There's a reason why she is a fantastic leader. She was also featured this past week with the Q&A for the NWSL, and many players tweeted afterwards saying, "I'm so glad to be a teammate alongside Christy Rampone."
This is a player I was just telling someone who does not know much about this league, about Rampone in 2009 when she played the playoffs, and then they offered her champagne to celebrate, and she said, "I can't actually, I'm pregnant." She was like 3 months pregnant. And at that point, you're thinking, she was, 35 at that point, or 34, and you're thinking, well, maybe this is the end of the line now. Second kid, just won a championship in the league. There's no World Cup or Olympics for 2 years. Now all of a sudden, here she is with 2 kids. She wants to play in the 2015 World Cup, and I don't see anybody that's really in line to knock her out of that starting center back spot.
And that is a goal of hers, to be able to make it to 2015, and she's very smart with her recovery. She said it many times, especially when she was coming in and out of national team play, as well as coming here right after to play for Sky Blue FC. The biggest thing for her is the recovery, and it's a little tough when you have 2 young kids to take care of as well, but she has the support from her family and the teammates as well. Even before, after games at practice, you see a lot of Sky Blue FC players joking around with Riley and Reese and acting as another family member to be able to watch out for them too.
I'm sure that helps, and whatever she's doing, I would like to be able to duplicate it, because she's incredible. She has, there have been games this season where she hasn't maybe looked spectacular, but there have been games where she has been far and away the best player on the field.
And she did earn Player of the Week accolades early on in the season as well for that play. She's been one of the staples in the defensive back line for Sky Blue FC, and they'll look to continue that as they play FC Kansas City. We're still on a rain delay here at Yurcek Field in Piscataway, New Jersey. But now that we have a bit of a delay, let's look around the rest of the league as playoffs are getting pretty close, and we're seeing the implications, who's going to be where, what. So far, what are your predictions for playoffs?
Well, there was a chance Kansas City could have clinched today, but Boston kind of messed that up by winning yesterday in Washington. I have a hard time seeing the top 4 changing at this point. A lot of times we're used to a late run. Somebody goes into a late slump. Breakers do play the Flash twice. The Breakers are 4 points behind the Flash, and they play them twice. So you say, okay, so that gives them, if they get those 6 points, they'll be ahead of them. But the Flash also have a game in hand. So somewhere along the line, the Breakers will need help. But I don't see the Breakers as consistent enough to really put together a long string of results. They don't play Washington again and Washington is right now the place to go for points. So I think unless something unusual happens with one of the top four, I think we're looking at these four: KC, Sky Blue, Portland, Western New York, and it's a matter of who finishes where, and then that's how we'll determine the thing. Boston, we'll see, but I don't see it.
What about with Chicago Red Stars? They're right behind with 22 points, and there's been talks that they could have a late surge to come out and sneak into the playoffs.
Yeah, they're another team. They're so scrappy. They're the team that got the 2 goals late against KC. Taryn Hemmings, who had actually scored an own goal in that game, tore her ACL on a play where Tim Rack scored, and it's 3-1. Now they've got one of their best players is out, and everyone probably has a good sense she's injured pretty seriously, and they're down 2 goals against Kansas City, and they somehow score in the 90th minute, and then they score in like the 95th or the 96th, and they get a 3-3 draw, and it's tremendous. But I don't think Chicago plays technically well enough to really consistently trouble the better teams, and I think because of that, where they are right now, they're a game under 500, is probably about where they'll end up. I give them a tremendous amount of credit for overcoming a very slow start. They never got Amy Lapel, but they've barely had Shannon Box. Bywaters has been hurt and was not playing super well when she was out there. But I don't see them being consistent enough, again, to get past one of those top 4.
And they were also the team that ended Western New York's 9-game unbeaten streak on July 1st. July 4th, excuse me. They ended up beating the Flash. So it seems that they have these moments where they play well and able to get the win, and then they have some games where you wonder, maybe that wasn't the best game you've ever seen of soccer.
Their most recent game against Seattle was one of those games, and they beat Portland, albeit Portland had their U.S. and Canada internationals weren't there that day, but they still managed to beat them. They were, at that point, I think they were 0-4-2 and had only held a lead for like 2 minutes out of the first 6 games of the season. They went out to Portland and beat them. We'll see if they can do it again tonight on Fox Soccer at 7 o'clock.
At this point, their game will probably start before us as of right now.
It certainly might.
The weather may keep going. We're hopefully waiting for it to lighten up so we can get this game started. Sky Blue FC hosting FC Kansas City in this top-of-the-table matchup. And we'll see that this will also help kind of determine playoff implications as well. Who will go where? Top 2 teams get to host, and the bottom 2 teams will have to travel wherever it may be.
Right, and another thing to note is that if Sky Blue gets a draw or better here, they win the season series from Kansas City, and that is the first tiebreaker. If Kansas City wins, then it would be on goal difference, which right now the edge goes to Kansas City, and if they win, it would obviously be even more tilted than it is now, and that's only obviously if they finish level on points.
Now looking at the Blues, what do you think they have to do in order to get the W over Sky Blue FC?
Honestly, I think they need to continue doing what they've done, is move the ball around, get themselves chances in close for Holiday and Timrak. The one thing that is lacking from FC Kansas City is their current team. They don't have any forwards who have really scored. Cuellar had a bunch of goals until they decided that despite those goals, she wasn't good for their system, so they moved her out. They got Teresa Noyola, who so far has been a bench player for them. Melissa Henderson's been good. She's had some unbelievable chances that have either been stopped or hit crossbars or whatnot. But, if I were them and I were looking for an area of development, it would be to try to get goals out of the forwards. They only use one, Henderson, so you want to call it a 4-3-3, go Holiday and Timrak forwards, maybe that's fine, but I would look to see what they can get out of Henderson, getting her in dangerous spots.
Another thing, too, to look out for is for Sky Blue FC to be able to use Lisa Devanna's speed against an FC Kansas City defense that isn't as quick as, say, compared to Sky Blue FC, and you've got a player like Christy Rampone, who's one of the fastest players that Tony DeChico even said is one of the fastest players he's ever seen, period.
Yeah, well, when they played Kansas City in Kansas City and Cuellar was still trying to run on the balls, Rampone completely took her out of that game. And the speed factor goes to what we were saying earlier about making quick decisions on the ball, because Kansas City is too organized to think that you're just going to be la-di-dying around midfield and then spring someone on a run and use their speed to get behind, because they're too organized and they help too much. So you need to capitalize on the few times that you do get the ball cleanly off of a giveaway in the midfield, and you've got to be decisive. And then if you get them on the run or you get them slightly out of position, then all of a sudden your speed is that much more valuable against the team that's looking to recover, as opposed to the way Kansas City usually plays, which is when they're got most of their players are in the right spot at the right time, and then the speed is a lot less of a factor.
And the last time these two teams faced off, Sky Blue FC had the majority of the possession in the first half, and even the second half had a slight edge, especially at the end. They were able to make that late surge, despite FC Kansas City having a 2-0 lead. So in that matchup, what was the difference why Sky Blue FC was able to play well versus the Blues, who didn't have as good of a game as they normally would?
You know, I'm not sure, honestly. I think at that time, Sky Blue had found something with their three midfielders, and Kansas City struggled to figure that out. You know, it's a grass field, which a lot of teams don't play on very often. I don't know how much that was a factor for FC Kansas City. Maybe it was just an off night. Maybe the matchup just doesn't favor them for one reason or another. But certainly that was an interesting game, because in the 85th, even in the 90th minute, you're thinking, well, FC Kansas City got beat on soccer terms, but they're going to win this game. Usually that's a sign of a really good team. Then Sky Blue ties it up, and you say, okay, they're down 2 goals with 5 minutes to go. They tie it. That's a sign of a really good team. So we'll see what happens tonight, but I don't know if I have anything specific to, to pinpoint about why KC has struggled the 2 times they've played them. At least the one here. First one, when they go down a player early, that's a little different scenario.
And the last time they played here as well, it also rained. They had a bit of a delay. They came out. And the first goal was off of Coco Goodson slipping on the slick pitch. And Temec was able to counter, get the goal, and be able to give them the 1-0 lead early on.
Which, if I recall, I think that was the only time anybody slipped the entire night, but it had just happened to cost Sky Blue a goal, which is unfortunate for them.
Or at least you can say the only player to wipe out. A couple times you could see players sliding here and there, and it's going to be an issue once again, because there's some more lightning going on. Because we're still in a rain delay, but the pitch will definitely be a factor that both teams will have to learn how to adjust. On the slick pitch, the ball's going to move a lot quicker, so as of right now, Kansas City has the slight advantage because they're so technical and love playing the 1-2 quick touch.
Right, and they always say advantage offense on a slick field because the offensive player knows where she's going and the defensive player has to react, so if the footing's a little bit off, advantage to the offensive player, so we'll see if that plays itself out too.
And both offenses would love to crash the net because at this situation you don't know how well you're going to be able to hold on to the ball. Cole Barnhart and Brittany Cameron both in net, both good goalkeepers, but with the slick pitch and the ball bouncing off the wet gloves, it's going to be a little difficult, and you will see some more bobbling here and there.
Yeah, I think that's advantage Barnhart because she stays home more. Cameron likes to come out more, so when the pitch is slick and you're coming out, then there's a little bit more of less margin for error in terms of the ball taking an awkward bounce or something, or and sometimes when it you said it's wet and the ball goes a little bit quicker, but it can also land in a wet spot and kind of stick. So if that happens and you're coming out and you don't get there as fast as you think you're going to get there, it could be interesting. Barnhart's great in traffic with her hands, so maybe that's a factor that'll go against her tonight. We'll have to wait and see.
As of right now, we are still in a rain delay, so we are going to take a break. But when we come back, we will have action of Sky Blue FC taking on FC Kansas City in this top-of-the-table clash. Brett Lutner with the play-by-play and Eric Stednickney with color, and Dan Loletta will be on the sidelines, as usual, filling in that role. Hopefully it won't be too wet.
I don't slip down there.
You may have to be careful on the sidelines. But thank you, as always, for joining me on the pregame show. For Dan Loletta.
Talk to you at halftime if we ever get there.
If we ever get there. Hopefully we will. Hopefully this rain will hold off. But until then, for Dan Loletta, I'm Danielle Diavanzo. Thank you for listening to the pregame show here with Sky Blue FC taking on FC Kansas City. It's the top of the table clash here at Urasek Field in Piscataway, New Jersey. The number 1 FC Kansas City Blues will play the Sky Blue FC, number 2 team in the NWSL, alongside Dan Lauletta. I'm Danielle DiGavanzo, and thank you for joining us here on YouTube. Now, Dan, we had a rain delay for quite a while. Players now finally coming back onto the field. We'll warm up a little bit more before we start up the matchup. But let's look at the starting lineup. Sky Blue FC had a couple injuries that they're going to have to adjust to.
They have Caitlin Ford is out for the foreseeable future, and Lizenby Cutchall gets her first professional start. She will be the right back. She has been in and out of the lineup as it pertains to just being available because she's been nursing some injuries, hasn't had a lot of playing time. That'll be one of the big keys tonight, is how does Lizenby Cutchall handle what is a very good Kansas City attack, and can she get forward enough to participate in the Sky Blue attack?
Getting her NWSL start. She'll be at the right back, as you said, and in goal, we see the goalie switch once again. Joel Lloyden got the start against Western New York in Rochester, but Brittany Cameron will be returning between the posts for Sky Blue FC, and the rest of the back line alongside Cutchall will be Christy Rampone, Coco Goodson, and Kendall Johnson. In the center midfield, we have Brittany Bach, Taylor Lytle, and Katie Friels, and up top, the three forwards will be Denisha Adams, Sophie Schmidt, and Lisa Devanna, you're going to have to look out for her, too, because she's had a little bit of hamstring issues that she suffered in Rochester as well. And throughout the season, she's kind of been in and out with an injury here and there. So it'll be interesting to see how aggressive she is against the FCKC back line.
She'll have to make sure she warms up nice. The teams have been in the locker room. Kansas City's out. Sky Blue, I'm assuming, is coming out soon to participate in the game here. But I think, Devanna's going to have to be real careful, make sure she warms up, and make sure that even if she has to give up a touch at some point, that she doesn't allow what will be a very saturated pitch to interfere with that injury.
The pitch is slick due to all the rain. Still may be raining right now a little bit, but a drizzle, not anything like the downpour we saw earlier. But looking at the Blues starting lineup, they have Nicole Barnhart in goal. They have Christy Mewis, Lauren Sesselman, Becky Sauerbrunn, and Leanne Robinson in the back four. In the two center mid holding positions will be Desiree Scott and Jen Buskowski. The other three mids will be Erica Timrak, the player of the week in the NWSL, Lauren Holiday, and Merritt Mathias. And up top, Melissa Henderson would be the lone forward.
And you guys might know Lauren Holiday better by the name Lauren Cheney. Sometimes it takes a while when a player gets married for the recognition factor to kick in. I think in this case, there's been so much positive press about Holiday since she did get married, and it's only been about 2 or 3 weeks, that I think everyone's pretty comfortable with that now, because she maybe is the best player in this league. I think this is the starting 11 that Vlatko Antonovsky wants to go with from here to the finish. He's got very valuable resources off the bench, Courtney Jones, Teresa Noyola, among others, and they toyed with Boston on Wednesday, so no reason to change what worked for them.
And Courtney Jones was able to get a goal off the bench in that matchup, scoring late in the game off a Holiday assist. And Holiday got both assists on the 2 goals that the Blues scored. The other goal was an own goal committed by McNeil for Boston to win that one 3-0 and get them the #1 spot in the NWSL.
And I thought Erica Timrak was the other player getting a lot of attention. She kind of created that first goal. Nobody on KC will get credit for it on the score sheet because it went in off Kia McNeil, but it was Timrak who really, I think, did much of the work on the build-up.
The Blues are on an 8-game unbeaten streak. During that, you mentioned earlier in the pregame show, a couple of ties that should have been wins their way. One of them against Sky Blue FC in their last matchup when the Blues had a 2-0 lead, and then within the last 5 minutes, Monica Ocampo, player off the bench, came in, scored 2 goals to tie it up late in the game to get the 1 point.
Yeah, and then against Chicago, it was an even worse scenario because they took a 2-goal lead in the 87th minute. On the play that they got the 3-1 lead, Taryn Hemmings tore her ACL. Red Stars were out of subs, so they're down 2 goals in the 87th minute. They got a whole boatload of stoppage time because of the Hemmings injury and some other things that had gone on during the second half, but they got a goal in the 90th, and they got a goal late. And that goal, ironically enough, was scored by Lori Kolupny, who took an injury a little while ago in Portland in the other game going on right now. Kind of a nasty tackle from Tobin Heath. Thorns lead that game 1-0. Kolupny is out of that game with what looks like an ankle injury.
And in that game, Tobin Heath got the assist. Christine Sinclair got the goal as they're leading 1-0 in the first half.
And this is the top of the table clash, but Portland has games in hand on both these two teams. And Christine Sinclair had not scored a goal in the league for some time. I think back in May, I didn't do my homework on Christine Sinclair today, but if they can get her going and Alex Morgan going, and Morgan scored in their last game, then that can be dangerous because they still have a clear path to the top, despite right now sitting third.
You look at the standings, FC Kansas City in first place with 32 points, Sky Blue FC right behind them with 31, and there's the Portland Thorns FC with 30. So 1, 2, 3 can go either way tonight. We could have a new number one, or if FCKC gets the win, they'll continue to stay on top. And as of right now, if Portland wins and Sky Blue loses, then Portland will be the second place team.
Yep, and don't sleep on the Flash either, because we've got these two teams play, and then both these two teams still have a match to play against Portland, and Western New York plays Portland. So if the Flash will only have to leave Rochester one more time, all but one of their games from here on out is at home, if they can put together a streak now, and if they can play certainly anything like they did and always do against Sky Blue, then they might be able to sneak in if the top teams stumble, or maybe even sneak into the second spot and host a semifinal game.
And even Coach Guerrero mentioned after the game that Western New York, I'm sure, wishes they could play Sky Blue FC all the time, because in the four matchups that they played, Sky Blue FC has only won one of those, and in that game, it was an own goal. And the own goal was committed by McCall Zabroni in the 44th minute. And the only other goal that Sky Blue FC has been able to score was all the way back on May 1st when Sophie Schmidt scored late in the first half, and they ended up losing that one 2-1.
And that game, I was at that game, and that game was a lot more lopsided to watch than the 2-1 score indicates. And the first game was opening day, and we've discussed this before on the pre-games and the halftimes. Opening day in any soccer league, when you get to this point in the season, is a long time ago, when it's fresh teams being put together with an abbreviated training camp. The U.S. and Canada players all left during training camp. April might as well have been 2006, if you're talking about the Sky Blue Flash matchup.
And even now, you look at these two teams. Both teams have had some changes here and there. Sky Blue FC has pretty much kept their same roster, while FC Kansas City have changed it up, and they seem to have found the right combination, as you mentioned in the pregame show, being able to go on the 8-game win streak. Looks like they're not going to change things. They like to play a very possession-based game, 1-2 quick touches, and you see that because the team moves so well as a unit, they're able to always have one or two options at least for whoever has the ball.
And it's ironic because anytime a new coach takes over or a new team gets formed, the question inevitably comes up, what style do you envision your team playing? And every coach says, we want to play attractive attacking soccer, we want to be a good possession side. This is the team that actually does it. They do it very well. We'll see if it's on display. One final point I want to make, because we're up against it. Looks like they're trying to speed the process along here after an almost 2-hour delay. But sometimes when there's a long delay, the first 10 or 15 minutes will tell you a lot about which team handled it better. And sometimes you can just either lose some energy coming out after being in the locker room for a while, or sometimes you can just get a burst of energy when they say, come on out and play. So I'll be interested to see first 10, 15 minutes which team looks like they have their soccer shoes on, so to speak.
And we'll see how well those shoes last on this slick pitch. Yep. The last time the two teams played, there was a bit of a rain beforehand. The pitch was slick. Coco Goodson slipped early on, and Erica Timrak was able to counter and get the 1-0 lead early on in that game. And again, both goalkeepers will have to be very aware of the bobbles. Both offenses obviously want to crash the net constantly to be able to take advantage of any mistake that either Barnhart or Cameron may make tonight.
Absolutely. Barnhart is tremendous in traffic, so we'll see if her hand, if it's a little bit harder to come out and catch balls, if she punches a few more than usual. Cameron likes to come out and challenge players right at or just above the 18, so we'll see if that works out, or if maybe she changes that tactic slightly on a wet pitch.
And even still, both teams like to play back to the keepers whenever they can. Barnhart's very good with her feet. Cameron, if you put the pressure, we've seen throughout the season that she sometimes struggles handling the ball with her feet when she has high pressure. Boston did it with Sydney LaRue a couple times, almost cost a goal here and there. So it'll be interesting to see if the back lines, how well they trust their keepers, if they're willing to play that back pass, or if they'll choose to find another outlet.
Absolutely. And we talked earlier that I think that the key for Sky Blue is to make quick decisions in the midfield on the ball so they can keep Kansas City from organizing themselves as much as possible in the back. So as we watch this game, I feel like the more touches Brittany Cameron gets on the ball at her feet from her defenders, that's not going to be good for Sky Blue if she's got a lot of the ball at her feet.
Both coaches have said the other team has been very organized, and we'll see which team is able to come out strong in this first half. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will finally have first half action in this top of the table clash between Sky Blue FC and FC Kansas City. Thank you, Dan Loletta. As always, we'll be seeing you on the sidelines.
Hopefully I make it down there and we can actually have a halftime show at some point.
And as you mentioned, we will be back here at halftime alongside Dan Loletta. I'm Danielle Divanzo. When we come back, Brett Lutner with the call alongside Eric Studnicki. You're watching Sky Blue FC taking on FC Kansas City here at Yersek Field.
Hey Dan, are you going to go down field level? All right. The microphone's right there, so. Yeah, you don't have to go down right away if you don't want to. If you want that. No, actually, point to this. Oopsie. Keep that down. Keep that down. No, it's not. It's 60.
Thank you, Kimberly Abadullah. The referee for this evening's match is Christina Uncle.
Welcome back here, Yersek Field, on the campus of Rutgers University. Finally, after a lengthy delay of nearly 2 hours, we will have National Women's Soccer League action Sky Blue FC and FC Kansas City, a top of the table clashing with Portland playing right now. Well, everybody's going to be tuning into this eventually, or tuned in as is. Brett Luthner, Eric Studnicki here in the booth. We've seen the lineups before, as was previewed on the pregame show. Sky Blue, really, you look at them first, they got a lot of injuries to deal with. Obviously, it's going to be a difficult task for them, but something that they are capable of.
Yeah, and at this stage of the season, Brad, every team comes in looking to try to secure a playoff berth. Sky Blue is going to try to look to almost go to reverse of what's been happening here. They're the team now looking up at a team on the top of the table. They're going to have to try to come out and try to sustain an attacking prowess to gain 3 points so they can continue to progress. They've been going through a slump. And then on the reverse side, you have a team that's the hottest team in the league, Brett.
Sky Blue FC's injuries. Kelly O'Hara out with a right ankle sprain. Caitlin Ford, a left foot sprain. It's looking like she's going to be done possibly for the year even. And then the last one, of course, most recently, Manya McCoskey as well, a concussion. She's in the line. She's in as a sub. Might not get to see the pitch today. Lisa Devada's got a hamstring injury. She's obviously starting. In the meantime, on Kansas City side, nothing much other than, business as usual. No injuries to speak of. And a team, as you had said, really playing in form as of late.
Yeah, and it's all about Holiday and Tamrick for the visiting Kansas City team. Can they get the service that they need to get through those midfield areas? Sky Blue's going to have their hands full tonight dealing with them. However, they are at home. They have a chance to go on out and show the league that they do belong at the top, especially towards this end of the season. And for me, I look for Sky Blue to continue to do what they always do at home, create chances, come out, slick field, go after it the first 10 minutes and try to get a quick early goal to really try to settle into this game, Brett.
It's interesting because as Portland is playing right now against Chicago, so that's of course a big one that we're looking at here. And, Portland at last check was up 1-0 over Chicago. It's something that Portland wins, they'll all of a sudden jump top of the table, depending on this result. So it's all, and of course, it's still 1-0 Portland. Christine Sinclair, the goal in that game for Portland. It's something really, these games that are going on right now are just, there's so many storylines to go about it with, so many angles to look at it, and at the end of the day, someone's going to pull ahead of somebody.
Yeah, we'll see what storyline comes out of this evening here tonight in New Jersey. Both teams are very viable of winning this league. Both teams have good creative play. Both teams stay compact defensively. And more importantly, both teams are fighting for an opportunity to have a home game during that playoff run. So all to play for this evening here tonight, Brett. And especially if you're Sky Blue, you want to try to look to atone for the mistakes that you've made in those last few games, especially the last week's result away.
One thing that we definitely should not overlook is FC Kansas City, ever since the trade where they sent Renee Cuellar out of town for Teresa Noyola, that team, they were undefeated before that, but getting Noyola and making themselves a much more possession-oriented team has shown it's really fitting well. And, for Coach Vlatko Anjanovsky, you couldn't ask for better results, really.
Absolutely, and when you play 8 games in a row without losing, you show the rest of the league that you are a very capable team offensively and defensively. They have good goalkeeping play, solid midfield play, but the problem when every team comes into the Sky Blue situation playing here in New Jersey, they set up a little bit more defensively. That's been the adage of the entire season. Let's see if FC Kansas City does that this evening. Are they going to come out and attack? Slick pitch. There's been a delay. Which team for me is going to come out in the first 10 minutes, play a little bit more direct? Go for the goal, heart, desire, win a 50-50 ball in the midfield, go forward, and get that good early goal-scoring chance. It's not going to be about tactics. It's going to be about who wants it more on an evening like tonight, Brett.
To the chords of Sandstorm in the background, FC Kansas City comes out, all-white kits. They will go from right to left in the first half. Sky Blue FC in the all-navy kits will go from left to right. Brittany Cameron will take her place in the goal to our left in the yellow and black kit for her, the keeper's kit. And then Nicole Barnhart at the other end in the green and black. And she's wearing the pants today. Some keepers in this weather will choose to wear the full pant, which I can't say I blame her either. She's in the full pant, and she is in the goal to our right.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Devanna plays in this first 10 or 15 minutes of this game. Does she have the explosiveness to make the different types of runs that she's so good at? You see her start here on the right-hand side, Brett, as this game is underway.
Christina Uncle is our referee. Becky Amaya and David Bork, the assistants. Neil Barbalescu is the fourth official. And we are underway here at Yersak Field. 2-hour rain delay. The thunderstorms in the area, still very overcast. As Sky Blue Ray trying to spring forward, Devanna off the feed. Devanna takes a look, slams on the brakes. Let's see how that hamstring holds up. Adams now, and it's played away. And in regroup here, Sky Blue FC, first minute of play. It'll be interesting to see how Brittany Bach plays. You know, getting a few games in now. Cutshaw as well. Those are going to be names filling in here, as that one too far for Devanna.
Yeah, and Bach just providing that cover in front of the back four. She has Fields and Lido in front of her. They really have to do a great job tonight protecting the ball, making those short passes accurate in these slick weather conditions. Look for Adams to get on the ball a little bit more. For me, she's really taken a little bit of a dip in form the last few games. She has to sustain a level of excellence a little bit higher. Schmidt's going to feature up at top times. Devanna on that right-hand side. So look for Sky Blue to throw this team a little bit of a different look than they saw the last time, Brett.
I spent the last 4 days in Florida, and we had 30% chance of storms and didn't see much of it. I come home, 40% chance, and we get a 2-hour rain delay. I guess I brought the rain with me. Now Devanna turns around, hobbled a little bit. There's that hamstring we were talking about, and she is hobbling, so something to keep an eye on early in this match, just second minute. That's coming down the near sideline now, swung across by Mewis. It's played away. Now another shot, deflected. We're going to get ourselves a corner kick. Should be, yes. First one of the match goes to FC Kansas City. And Lisa Devanna still slow getting back.
And that's aggressive play there by Holiday. Just trying to get that ball forward into the 18 area. As a result, you see the first corner kick of this game. And set pieces tonight are going to play a very important role. I like those low-driven crosses on evenings like this. Makes the defenders really have to concentrate. So Sky Blue now, very important to stay focused. Clear your lines. Don't allow for that second ball to pop up in the 6-yard box, Brett.
These conditions are not conducive to any kind of leg injuries that's swung in and then cleared away. There's a low driven. Well, then again, you like low driven for just about any situation. But, as is, the low driven was cleared away. Now headed around, and then Bach with a strong header clears out. And again, they're still trying to play around with it midfield, and finally Sky Blue FC does come away with it. Far sideline. Now swung back across. Again, Sky Blue missing a few players. Cutshaw's got it. Leaves it on off for Lytle. Lytle still with it right in front of the Kansas City bench. Played forward. Kansas City going to try to get possession here, but Sky Blue early on with the ball. 4th minute scoreless here at Yersak Field.
And that's what I would expect from them. Try to string together a few passes, maintain midfield play, move the team forward slowly, then try to hit Devanna on a quick penetrating pass. That's been the recipe for Sky Blue all season, Brett.
And now Cutshaw played a pass ahead. Friel's now with it and turns it over. Kansas City, this is what Coach Andonovsky won. He wants possession. He wants them to build from the back and be patient with this. They've been doing a great job as of late. As this one played back by Johnson.
Yeah, and tonight you have to be very accurate with those long diagonal balls, as that ball was hit for Mateus. Gone astray a little bit, but it's going to be very important for both teams to really focus on their technique tonight. You have to take the extra touch. Make sure you play out of danger.
And there's our first slip as Johnson goes away. Johnson, diagonal, thought Devanna was going to run, but not. And Devanna looking a little bit better now in her stride. So, again, these conditions are not good if you have any kind of a muscle pull, especially in your lower extremities. Devanna's hamstring is going to act up tonight. It did early on. And now Kansas City with, that's a nice ball, but off her lines, well off her lines, was Cameron to clear.
Yeah, and you see Cameron's going to have to be alert tonight, especially with that third man running through the midfield areas, trying to get into that final third. Good job there by Cameron.
And now, FC Kansas City trying to move forward. A good job there defensively. And now Adams tries to play away. It popped up, and Adams is going to have to go retreat and get it again. We'll tie up. Good takeaway. Long towards goal, but Cameron does well to come out and get it.
And you can see what FC Kansas City is trying to do. Play a high line. Play with 50 yards of space almost behind them. They know Devanna doesn't have the same pace because of that hamstring injury, so they're going to gamble a little bit more. High pressure in the midfield.
Bach has it now. Gives it on off. This is Schmidt. Tried to go far side. Not there, though. Bach, a little touch there, and Kansas City in possession. Or was in possession. Schmidt's getting away. Tries to give it off Devanna. Lisa Devanna takes a look. Yeah, she had a go at it there. Goal kick for Kansas City, but a good go.
Yeah, and that was nicely done by Devanna. Just cutting interior. She couldn't wrap her right foot around that, being that left-footed player, but good movement by Devanna so far.
Now played ahead, a little slide there, and now Erica Timorak comes away with it. The IMG Academy standout has got her banner up there in the IMG Academy. Now it's played wide side. Kansas City looking to build an attack here. 7th minute of play. This goes out. Sky Blue FC throw-in. Glad you can join us on YouTube. Brett Luthner, Eric Studnicki, Dan Lauletta down at field level. As we will get down to him as usual. Scoreless between FC Kansas City and Sky Blue FC. And again, player down far side now. And that looks to be Sophie Schmidt. That took a little bit of a knock.
And that's what happens on evenings like this. The ball just gets away from you a little bit too much. You show too much to a defender. As a result, there's a 50-50 challenges. So that's the one thing that Sky Blues really got to be capable of handling, making sure they get the ball, release it a little bit quicker, play with a high rhythm and tempo to try to offset this Kansas City back four that have done a good job over this winning streak.
And now played photo. And just not quite right there. Was intended for Schmidt, maybe Devanna in there as well. Neither one of them pick it up, however, and now Kansas City coming the other way. And again, they're going to try to go over the top. They're going to test the Sky Blue defenders in these conditions, see if they can handle it. And now this ball played out wide. Kansas City on the attack, put across. Good job defending there by the captain, Rampone. Corner kick for Kansas City, their second. Dangerous.
And that was Henderson who tried to slide to get on the end of that one, but as you said, Rampone just intervened. Had a very necessary challenge there. So second corner of the evening coming up. You can see what Kansas City's already trying to do. Make sure they try to keep the field compact. Try to go forward in the early stages of this game. Get a good goal-scoring opportunity.
Now Mewis will take this one. White jerseys all over the place. They instead play it out to the top of the area where it's Timrak. Let's leave it off, and now Mewis is just going to go back. They'll go possession here. Desiree Scott. The give now to the number 6, Jen Buskowski, former Sky Blue FC player. They go out wide. Leanne Robinson tries to put across, and she's earned another corner for her squad. It's the third one already for Kansas City.
Yeah, and so the pressure is starting to mount on Sky Blue in the early stages of this game, and so far Kansas City has mixed it up. They've done a short quarter, low-driven corner. Let's see what this one plays as in.
And now Sky Blue FC players will have to back up a little bit to give the necessary 10 yards, and they will play short. This is Timrak. Inside the area, nice job there by Holiday. Puts one across. He's going far post. The MVP candidate, Lauren Holiday. Of course, many of you fans will know her as Lauren Cheney before her marriage to Drew Holiday. Oh, not too long ago, and she has had stellar play for FC Kansas City on the season. In 14 matches, 10 goals and 7 assists. As now Cameron puts it back into play. On the bounce, just going to run straight out. And a throw-in for FC Kansas City.
You can see Sky Blue just very content to sit back a little bit and absorb the pressure. Almost waiting to see what Kansas City offers them. Trying to go with how many people are they going to send forward at times.
Now Kansas City back in possession. Mewis is going to try to go again over the top, but again, Sky Blue answering those questions so far. And there's a foul. It's going to go against Kansas City, and are we going to have ourselves a booking? Waiting and seeing. Yes, indeed. The yellow card does come out, and it goes against Matthias, number 9, Merritt Matthias.
Warning to number 9, Merritt Matthias.
And anytime you leave with your foot up, you can guarantee yourself a yellow card at this level. But that's the third diagonal ball that you mentioned before, that Kansas City is trying to play to that right-hand side, playing a more direct route as opposed to that possession-based style of play like they like to do so well during the course of their great run.
That's the third yellow of the season for Matthias, for those keeping track. And it comes out to the captain, Rampone. Going to put a ball diagonal. Not quite handled by Denisha Adams the way she would like to, but Sky Blue's still in possession. Over the top for Devana. Nice job, Devana. Devana, collision in the area, but no call. Good no call there by the official. Christina Uncle did well. Just an incidental contact. No call necessary, and we play on. And now quickly coming the other way is Timrak, who's had a fine season of her own. 6 goals and 2 assists on the campaign. Goes out for Holiday. Now back, Mewis. Mewis is going to take a look at things. Holiday now making a run. Instead, it's going to go to Timrak, who's got some space. Going to have a go from there. And the post was covered by Cameron, but it goes out for a goal kick.
And Sky Blue has to do a better job of just tracking Timrak as she goes through those midfield areas. It's got to be Friels or Lido who pick her up as she's going towards the back four. That's the second time she's been free so far. Very dangerous. Likes the ball at her feet. Likes to drive at the back four.
And now a goal kick for Cameron. 4 players jump for it. Kansas City eventually comes away with it as Sauerbrunn plays it across. FC Kansas City trying to find the gaps early on. Johnson's going to run this one down and go back to her keeper, Cameron. Cameron takes a look. Brittany Cameron sends it upfield past the midway stripe. And now it's Devana. A little shirt tug by Sauerbrunn, and we go on. Schmidt trying to chase this one down, but defended there by the number 14, Lauren Sesselman, another former Sky Blue FC player. She sends it out to safety, throw in for Sky Blue. And quickly taken now, Devana. Couldn't quite get possession there, and Kansas City retakes control. Check that. That's not Mewis. That's number 15, Timrak. Timrak just taking a jog. Oh, now it's Timrak. I saw it was Mewis before. Now for Timrak, and it's just a little too far. Offside flag is up.
And Sky Blue's got to start to focus on this left-hand side, Brett. Too much room out there for me. Devana, or one of the midfield players, has to step up. They can't allow service in the Holiday or to Timrak to let her go towards the back four. That's how they're so dangerous at creating good opportunities to score. That's one of the things that communication's going to have to take care of with Bach, with Lytle, with Friels.
And now it'll be Brittany Cameron sending it back into play. Oh, flick header on here, Schmidt. Just couldn't get that last touchdown, though, in these slick conditions. However, Johnson's going to step up. Adams goes back to Schmidt. Adams again. Tries to split through, couldn't do so. And then off the pressure, Timrak coming the other way. And drops back. Again, possession is what Coach Andonovsky wants. And Kansas City's got it right now. It's number 2, Melissa Henderson. Drops it back for Holiday. Oh, good little interplay here early on. And then they'll settle it back down. Timrak takes a look. Goes across. Not the greatest pass in the world, but no harm out of that one. And Timrak again. Bach. We'll take a look now.
Yeah, she's got to launch that attack a little bit quicker there. She had Adams on that side, but let the visiting team play in small triangles, play possession, but when you win it, you have to break quicker than Sky Blue does, Brett.
Now coming out, far sideline, Johnson wants to take on the defense here. Does so, only momentarily. This is one thing Sky Blue will miss, though. Caitlin Ford's pace. She had such tremendous pace coming down, roaring down the right side for Sky Blue FC, and that is one thing that they will miss.
Yeah, and her quality of service, her marauding runs, trying to go 1v1 as much as possible. She likes to go forward. She has the courage, is brave at times, has really caused a lot of chaos for teams at times. And when she goes out, you really miss out. It's an extra attacking player, and it allows this Kansas City team to sit back and initiate their own attacks a little bit further.
And that's going to put the pressure on Lindsay Lisenby Cutshall today to step up in Ford's absence. Cutshall will get some quality time now here on the Sky Blue side. Sky Blue FC moving forward. This is Devanna. A couple players watching her. Nice pass, though. And the shot's blocked. That one off the foot of Katie Friels. And calmly, Cutshall goes back. Smart play there to go to Rampone. Cross now to the number 2, Coco Goodson. Goodson gets around one defender nicely and takes a look for Adams. Adams wants Friels and just couldn't curl it well enough. And now Timrak's going to run off in the other direction. Not many numbers, but these are two dangerous players. It's Henderson. Diagonal ball is a little ambitious and goes out for a goal kick. 16th minute of play. Let's throw it down to Dan Lauletta.
Well, guys, rain before games here at Yersack this season seems to be the order of the day. And this time, a lot more rain than we've had in the past. And I can tell you, at least where I'm standing, the pitch is a lot more slick than it has been during any other game. Now, I didn't bring my soccer cleats with me tonight. Players seem to be doing a fine job with it. As to our pregame question about Lindsay Lisenby Cutshall getting forward, mixed results, I think. She's gone forward quite a bit, a couple of times. That's been at the behest of her fellow defenders, Christy Rampone and Coco Goodson. Also, Jim Gabara constantly shouting instructions for Cutshall to keep getting forward. Guys?
Thank you very much, Dan. And there you just saw a nice challenge. Hard crunching one, but a fair challenge, to say the least, to dispossess Devanna there.
And that was good timing there by Scott. And you can make up 2 or 3 yards on this slick pitch. You could leave your feet a little bit more.
FC Kansas City in possession. 18th minute of play here at Yersack Field. We're glad you can join us on YouTube for this game. Top 2 teams, Sky Blue FC, who've been at the top of the table most of the season, taking on FC Kansas City, who've recently taken it. But Sky Blue FC does have the game in hand.
And you can see low pressure being applied by Sky Blue, allowing the back four of Kansas City just to spray balls, which can be a very dangerous game with the players that they have as that ball goes astray, Brett. But the more you let them play out of the back, the more they're going to be able to find feet of the midfielders, the more that they're going to be able to string passes together, hit that diagonal ball that they so like, and get it into the danger area. So Sky Blue has to do a better job pressuring. Maybe it's because Devanna isn't fit enough. Schmidt's being a little bit more isolated up there.
And Devanna's right now up top alone as they try to go play forward here. Now making the run here. Sky Blue FC, Cutshall. That's what Coach Gabara wants. A couple of Sky Blue players in there, and I think a little miscommunication. I'm not sure which one wanted it, and then it ends up going harmlessly over to the goalkeeper, Nicole Barnhart. And now FC Kansas City will come back the other way. Although I will say this is moving forward with his Mewis. Both sides not shying away from the attack despite the slick conditions thus far. 19th minute of play. And it's good to see some options as this one runs out. But both sides really trying to find the gaps in the defense, trying to really, get themselves forward. They're not allowing the conditions that we've had here or the 2-hour delay to really hinder them in any way.
Yeah, it's been the quality of that final ball. Both trying to play through the midfield areas and string passes together. As you see, that one goes astray. It's very difficult, but you want to try to keep with your game plan. You have to stay focused mentally, and therefore, if you get that first goal, your team's going to be in the driving seat, Brett, because you can defend a little bit more. So, as you said, both teams giving a good go offensively in these early stages.
Right in front of Jim Gabara's bench there. FC Kansas City's got it through Buskowski. And she put it upfield. Friels tries to challenge for it and just comes back to the Kansas City defense where they will set things up again. Buskowski takes a look and then opts to go wide with this one. Again, patience the order of the day here. It's Matthias. He's going to give a crack at it, but off the mark there. Idea was there, though. again, trying to build something, trying to see what you can do early on here, 20th minute.
And that's that lack of pressure by Sky Blue. That time it was Adams who just allowed that play into the feet of the Kansas City player whose shot went awry. But if you don't apply that pressure, Brett, in those midfield areas, it's very dangerous. So Sky Blue has to start to pick it up in this last 20 minutes of this first half or so to make sure they can get early counterattack opportunities to create good scoring chances, which has been a recipe for success for them all year.
And the pressure is usually what does it for them when they apply that pressure. Although, again, it bears noting, a couple minutes in, Lisa Devanna pulled up a little lame. She's since run on again. Doesn't seem to be affected too much by it, but we only can tell how much. Although Devanna's making a run through the midfield, just a little bit out of reach, and Devanna does put her hand up in appreciation and stretches that leg once again.
Yeah, you could see that she's definitely going to have a tough time, and I'll be very surprised if she's able to make it through this entire game. It's who they're going to bring in to replace her, and as you get to the playoff stages, they know how important this game is, but you don't want to lose her for a month, Brett. You may have to pull the plug on her in a little bit.
I would imagine Jim Gabara will at least let her play 45, if not 60, before he decides what to do here. Lauren Holiday going out wide. This is Sauerbrunn out there. Put across, and a nice job there by Cameron to smother it. Intended for Matthias.
Yeah, Matthias, that's the third time that she's been able to get down that right-hand side, so they have to pay particular attention to her. Holiday's trying to spring her through with those penetrating passes.
Sky Blue FC, FC Kansas City. 22nd minute, we're scoreless. Brett Luthner, Eric Sudnicki, Dan Lauletta down at field level. Glad you can join us here on YouTube, the NWSL YouTube channel. As Sky Blue FC looking to reclaim top of the table here tonight. A win will do that for them. Right now, scoreless. Sky Blue won the first meeting 1-0 in Kansas City. The two teams came back here June 26th. A 2-2 draw, which Kansas City conceded a 2-goal lead in that match. By a couple of goals in that one late in the match by Monica Ocampo.
It's still too much time on the ball for me for Kansas City. Sky Blue's got to get tighter, touch tight, as they would say. Can't allow 4 or 5 yards. It's easy for Kansas City to string passes together, possess the ball, which is their strength.
And here's Mewis now, left side. Near sideline on your webcast. Oh, nice tackle there. Good job by Cutshaw. Does well to defend. And now Sky Blue coming in the other direction. Devanna. Let's take a look. Wants to try to get around her defender and does. Sesselman left in the wake a little bit, and a pass across just out of the reach of Johnson. And Sky Blue still in possession, though.
And see Devanna just grabbing her hamstring there. Great run. It was that final pass that just lacked the quality.
Nobody warming up on the Sky Blue sideline just yet. We'll see if that changes.
You see Schmidt dropping back into that midfield area, which he so covets. Spray the ball around, get players involved.
This one played up, and Devanna just reaching for it now. Clearly laboring out there. And coming in the other direction is Timrak. Erica Timrak with it. Nice ball across. Flag is down. Here's an opportunity. Buskowski pulls it back. Just couldn't quite control, so lays it off, and a shot over the bar. Jen Buskowski was running forward, found the gap. And it's a wonder still. The line didn't quite get high enough there.
Yeah, and that was Mateus who sailed that shot over, but too much time on the ball in the midfield area once again leads to an easy opportunity. Sky Blues playing a very dangerous game with 20 minutes left or so in this first half, allowing FC Kansas City to pick passes out, to up the tempo, to get players forward, and as a result, they're creating better goal-scoring opportunities in this first half than Sky Blue has.
Now Sky Blue FC going off, long shot. Almost caught Barnhart off her line. Did Schmidt. Good chance there.
Yeah, she picked her head up very quickly, saw that she was off her line, just couldn't guide it on frame, but I like that quick thinking by Schmidt. Sky Blue needs something. They need some sort of spark. They haven't had it in the last few games. They need a bit of luck, perhaps, and that's what she was trying to bring to the table there.
And now, FC Kansas City in possession. Matthias. Going to go over the top. Flag is up this time. Offside. just a step ahead of the play. 25th minute was Henderson.
And you can see Henderson there a lot of times operates as that lone striker, but Kansas City's so good at stringing together 3 or 4 passes, then getting that extra midfield runner to go through to get into those advanced positions. Henderson was caught offside there, but once again, she was rather free there, Brett, behind the back 4 of Sky Blue.
This is Adams going back with it now and then further to Johnson. Check that, it was Goodson. Goodson's got it again. Coco Goodson going to go, try to go down the middle. Might have had it slip a little bit on her. And now Timrak coming the other way. Again, heavy rains, thunderstorms in the area. 2-hour delay here as Kansas City move forward in the attack. Matthias puts one across. It's cleared away. And then more defending as this will head out right towards Jim Gabarra's seat.
And Timrak was the provider for Matthias there, so she certainly looks the part of player of the week so far in these early stages. Has plenty of time on the ball, can pick passes out.
Shot goes across and then blocked. And now they'll regroup. Devana nearly picked that one off, but instead it's Desiree Scott, number 11, going wide. Scott's got it again. Takes a look, wants to take things on, tried to find Buskowski. And instead, Sky Blue FC gained possession. Johnson's got to go chase this one down, does so. Takes a deflection. It's going to be a throw-in for Sky Blue FC.
And you can just see there, Bach just miscommunicating there with Goodson. But those are the type of balls you have to play forward. You can't lay that square ball fall off there for Johnson to try to play. Too difficult of a night to play that ball.
Kansas City in possession here. 27th minute of play in a very soggy Yersack field. Although the rain has now stopped. So let's hope it stays that way for the rest of the night.
And you can see now this Kansas City team starting to exude confidence. Players interchanging positions, playing different types of passes.
This one down the right side for Kansas City, far sideline. 4 white jerseys going in towards goal, and then right to Brittany Cameron, well positioned.
And there you see Adams had to track back just to provide some sort of screen for that service, but far too easy so far in these last few minutes for Kansas City, getting a number of free crosses in the danger area.
Sesselman knocked that one out last. Cutshaw going over the top. Again, hoping Devana was making a run there, but she wasn't. And so Kansas City in possession.
Yeah, and those are the types of balls that aren't going to be on tonight, that over-the-top offer to Savannah where she could win in a foot race, use her physicality. You have to play more into her feet, allow players to move off her.
Scoreless here, 28th minute. Ball swung across, but will be dealt with nicely by Goodson. Bach for Schmidt, and back to Cutshaw. Cutshaw takes a look on up ahead. That was Lytle with it, now Schmidt. Devana couldn't quite get off that spring that she normally has. And clearly the hamstring bothering her. Kansas City in possession again. And Kansas City trying to move on the attack here. 29th, nice save made by Cameron, and the rebound is cleared away. On it now is the number 19, Mewis. Mewis with it, gives off Timrak. Timrak pressing, that's cleared away. Schmidt with it. Goodson with the block there.
A nice spell of play for Kansas City there. Halliday had a great shot there, parried into that center area. Just enough by Cameron not to create that second chance. But certainly the more comfortable of the two teams now is Kansas City. He's either comfortable on the ball, spraying it around, finding the open player.
Over the top again. Here's a chance for Kansas City. Ball put across and just bundled away by Christy Rampone. Another corner kick, the 4th one for the Blues.
Yeah, so Sky Blue has to figure out how to stop the flank play. Now you have to pressure the service from the back. Back 4 of Kansas City along with Desiree Scott in that midfield area really have all day to play passes, to pick someone out. Early crosses are on for them. 4th corner kick of the match, and they continue just to probe and try to find a way through in this 0-0 game tonight, Brett.
Mewis to take this one again. Couple of white jerseys right at the goal mouth. And then 3 or 4 more ready to charge in. Swung in with the left foot. Trying to go backside of things. Picked up there. Shots blocked. That one taken by Robinson. And it goes out. Throw in for Kansas City. Leanne Robinson. Still waiting to find her option here as we've played a half hour here at Ursack Field. Neither team having found the back of the net yet, though Holiday just a moment ago with the best opportunity, forcing the goalkeeper Brittany Cameron to dive to her right. This one over the top. A little too far, and Sky Blue FC gets themselves a throw-in. So while we have the opportunity, let's throw it down once again to Dan Lauletta. Dan.
Guys, I was very impressed for the first 20 minutes or so with the defensive pressure in midfield from both sides. But as you can see, over the last 8-9 minutes, Kansas City has been spending a lot more time in the sky blue defensive portion of the field. Even right now, you see that even with the throw-in down there for sky blue, it's not easy to work the ball around against FC Kansas City. What does that do? Well, it tires out legs for sky blue, so they're going to have to see if they can turn that trend around, start sending the ball more towards the Kansas City goalkeeper, Nicole Barnhart, rather than playing defense.
It bears note there. Yeah, last 8-10 minutes as Timrak's got it. They've been finding the gaps a little bit easier. Now Buskowski goes across with it. Comes back to Timrak. And Timrak trying to get through. It eventually gets to Holiday. Dangerously coming across now. On it is Robinson. Robinson puts one towards goal. It's deflected away. Blocked out by Bach. So coming back after it is Robinson again. She'll pop one across, and Cameron going up to get it. 32nd minute. Good job by Cameron.
Yeah, and a lot of this play by Kansas City is due to just a lack of pressure that Sky Blue is putting on this Kansas City team. They're allowing them to consistently just find the passes that they want. They have the quality enough to do it, and certainly it's going to be a dangerous game for Sky Blue if they continue to play that way, Brett.
Dan's got another note. Go ahead, Dan.
Guys, just one more note down here. Monica Ocampo is loosening up by the Sky Blue bench, so Jim Gabera could be contemplating an early substitution.
And probably would be for clearly a shaken up Lisa Devana. So Monica Ocampo is warming up, starting to loosen up here, so we'll see how much longer Lisa Devana is in the match here for Sky Blue FC. Gave it a go, but that hamstring bothering her, and that will probably be the substitution if we were to guess. Now on the turnover, Timrak again. Kansas City looking to push forward here. Going to go over the top, chasing this one down. It's going to go right to Brittany Cameron. Brittany Cameron distributes out to her left now.
And once again, that ball was provided by Tamrick, so she's had all day on the ball, Brett. Really, no one stepped up to mark her. She's picked it up, she's dribbled, she's found passes. Been very dangerous.
Cutshall wants to go over the top. This one headed away. That time, Kansas City back well. But here is Denisha Adams. Oh, nice pull down there. Was going to shoot and then faked it. Schmidt has to spin away from pressure. A couple white jerseys surrounding her. Schmidt trying to put one across. It's blocked out. Throw in. A couple white jerseys there blocking. And it looks like it was Desiree Scott, the one that got it, the most of it here.
And Adams and Schmidt have to get more involved. They need better service there. They need Friels, Leto to get on the ball, find passes into them.
And pop back down, another throw-in. And fortuitously hits the fence at the edge of the bleacher area. And now to put it back into play is Cutshall. Takes a look at the options. So it goes towards the goal line there. Kansas City, and a nice job evading. That was, I think Timrak got away there, and she had a little bit of an opening and squeezed right on through. Kansas City in possession here, 35th minute.
And that's what I'm exactly talking about. You have to pressure her there, especially in her own third of the field where she's dribbling out and finding passes. Sky Blue's got to do a better job. They need someone to step up and take the initiative.
Now, wide side of the field. Chance Henderson. Nice defending, though, by Johnson. And now Lytle tried to get on it. Check it, it was Matthias on that last opportunity there. Now Friels going down the left sideline. Good ball there. Here goes Lytle. Tries to set up for Adams. Instead, turned away by Sesselman.
And that was a good read there by Sesselman as Adams was streaking forward. And Adams needs to do more of that. You need to interchange, constantly look to be involved in that final third, taking players out of position and trying to show a little bit more life than the Sky Blue attacks had in the last few games.
The parade, and of course, the tennis ball toss.
Now, Kansas City in possession of it here. 36th minute of play at Ursack Field. This one now Timrek. Center circle moving forward. Bach tracking back. Trying to put a ball through, but instead it's going to be smothered by Cameron.
And Timrak that time picked the ball up centrally. Once again free, and Sky Blue's going to have to put a body on her, whether it's going to be one of the midfield players or going to have to maybe man mark her in the second half. She's had the run of the field so far, Brett, and luckily for Sky Blue, they haven't converted a chance in which she's been a provider for.
Now on it, Cutshaw. Goes for Devanna. Let's see if she's got any more in her legs there. Puts it out, then jogs it a little bit. Again, that hamstring is sore, but moving ahead is Johnson. Now comes across to Friels. Katie Friels taking a look at things. And then decides to drop back. Bach has to go up and get it, but still does, and safely plays back to Cutshaw. Cutshaw, diagonal, trying, finding Adams. Adams towards goal, but Barnhart right there. 37th minute. Still scoreless.
And that was the best spell of build-up play that Sky Blue has had in this first half, or a few minutes at least, just trying to find Adams there. She came up a little bit short, but got in a great position centrally.
Kansas City trying to build here. Ball put through. Chance on Holiday, and it's dealt with by the back line. Now played down. Comes out wide. This is Mewis. Kirsty Mewis with it. Diagonal. Trying to get to top of the area. And then played away by Kendall Johnson. Back it comes to Sauerbrunn. And now FC Kansas City in the 38th minute. Looking to find another gap for an attack here. But a good job by Brittany Bach to pick it off. And now Sky Blue FC had it for the moment. Turns over, and Scott playing out wide. It's going to be a throw-in for Sky Blue FC, 38th minute.
And that was a vital intervention there by Bach. As a few players were streaking forward there, but certainly as this game progresses, they're going to have to bump up more in the midfield. The fullbacks are going to have to mark one of those 5 midfield players who are having way too much space on the ball in those flank areas, providing good passes and services so far.
And now Johnson tried to play it up and couldn't, and FC Kansas City has themselves a throw-in.
And that's the difference right there. Kansas City always has someone touch tight to Sky Blue player.
And just like that, Brittany Bach gets it back, sends it up to Sophie Schmidt. Schmidt looking, finding Devanna. Devanna cuts it back. Devanna, one burst here. Pulls it back. Devanna puts it across Schmidt towards goal. Barnhart the save. Great build up there.
Yeah, and that was off that quick counterattack that I mentioned before. Devanna did her individual magic, found Schmidt. Great play there. Couldn't beat the goalkeeper, but once again, a great individual effort by Devanna to make that play.
39th minute. Bach heads it back the other way. And Devanna again grabbing that right hamstring. She has those bursts where she just takes on everybody. Almost.
Yeah, and it's also her insight, which just allows her to lose her mark a little bit quicker. That's why throughout the first half of the season, she was open in a lot of areas. And when you lose that, Brett, you really lose your effectiveness because it's easy for teams to mark up on you.
Mewis puts one across, but Cameron's going to deal with that easily. And then Cameron was going to distribute and holds things up here in the 40th. Scoreless. Now each side has gotten themselves an opportunity to put one in the net, but the keepers have done well to be in the right place. Sky Blue FC in possession. Schmidt bumped off of it. We play on. Advantage played here. Devanna. Devanna takes a look. Goes out wide. Johnson making the overlapping run there. Puts it across, but didn't get all of it. However, it's enough for the first corner kick of the evening for Sky Blue FC.
And that was a good ball out to Johnson on that flank area. They have to create with Sky Blue. That's when they're at their best, sending numbers into the attack. So Adams is going to stand over this corner kick, but needless to say, they need a half chance here, Brett, to try to get a goal before halftime.
They've been dangerous around the area here. Adams going to put it in with the right foot, back post, headed down, and then cleared away. And it'll go for a throw-in this time, Sky Blue FC.
Throw-in, Sky Blue FC.
And it'll be Cutshaw to take it.
We'll see who's going to compete now for Sky Blue. Are they going to throw it in long or throw it to Schmidt's feet? But these are the chances that you could create a half chance scoring opportunity.
And here's an opportunity. Schmidt gets dispossessed neatly. And then quickly gained right back by Lytle, who shot towards goals. Going to head towards one of the ball girls. Took a good go at it, but just wide of the target, 41st minute.
Yeah, quick thinking there by Lytle. She had Devanna there. She just curled that ball into the interior. Give her an opportunity to get something on that to create a goal-scoring opportunity. But better in the last few minutes by Sky Blue, at least creating some sort of opportunities to look like a team that's trying to score a goal.
And they have. Early on, both teams were trying to find the offensive rhythm, trying to find the gaps. Then Kansas City took control of the match for a little while. Now Sky Blue FC looks like they're pushing forward well. Here's Johnson. Pulls it back down, goes to Adams. Adams takes a look, takes a go! Denisha Adams going at it, 42nd minute, not missing by much.
Yeah, and that was a whistler there, Brett, that she hit. Couldn't get it on target, but I like what Adams does. Just underlapping run, drops into that central area, manufactures a shot. Much better by Sky Blue last few minutes.
Henderson now. And, Kansas City realizing Sky Blue definitely a side to be reckoned with still, despite the injuries. Cutshaw does well. To me, she's played pretty good here in the first half. Schmidt, Lytle. They're going to go back in and over the top. Tried to find Devanna again. Really want to spring her because they could still see she's got that ability. And maybe Monica Ocampo not loosening up as earnestly. Although I would imagine it's only going to be 45 for Devanna because that hamstring will definitely tighten up at halftime. Although the training staff is of high quality for sure, and I'm sure they'll do everything they can to work on that hamstring at halftime.
Yeah, and especially if they move her into a different position. She's suited more to play in that central area, not as much running as that on the flanks.
Now moving with it is Mewis. Mewis with a nice move. Cutshaw backtracking well. Does a good job. And then Rampone just makes sure she has the room to make the play to Schmidt. Good job there again. Cutshaw, to me, given her limited playing time, has played well thus far here in the first half. And she's got the ball now.
Yeah, very comfortable. She hasn't conceded too many opportunities. Hasn't been beaten 1v1. Has been good positionally.
Adams takes a look at things. Oh, nice little spin there on the sideline. Keeps it in. Denisha Adams puts it across. Nice vision. And now Sky Blue FC Schmidt back to Friels. Goes across to Lytle. Lytle's got Johnson running on the left and finds her. Kendall Johnson puts a ball across. Almost had Schmidt. And now fouls can be called against Schmidt on the contact. 44th minute. Nearly another opportunity there for Sky Blue FC.
And you see how dangerous they are once they get the flank players involved. Johnson providing the service. Great opportunity there. Unfortunately, Schmidt is called for the foul, but I like what I see so far in this last few minutes from Sky Blue. Trying to initiate more attacking plays, getting forward.
Just seeing what they can find there in the Kansas City defense. Kansas City does have a fine back line for sure. And now Timrak can test the equally fine back line of Sky Blue FC. Erica Timrak working on Cutshaw. Oh, nice ball through. Here's an opportunity. Tackled away and just wide of the goal. Opportunity here. Corner kick as it was deflected.
Yeah, and it was Holiday who missed that first shot. That shot was deflected. Timrak followed it up. Fortunately for Sky Blue, that took a deflection, but once again it was Timrak with that marauding run forward into the interior of the Sky Blue defense. No one picked her up. She picked her pass out.
Brittany Bach with the deflection there. 5th corner for Kansas City. This one put across, headed, and foul's going to be called against Kansas City as down to the turf goes Brittany Cameron. Looked like Robinson was the one that made contact.
And Holiday just had a golden opportunity right there. She just couldn't slot that one past Cameron. But once again, it was created by Timrak.
I don't believe Neil Barbalescu has put anything up in terms of stoppage time on the board. And if that's the case, we'll be going to half momentarily. Adams, Cutshaw, just going to go back to the keeper. And no indication yet from Christina Uncle, our referee tonight. Lytle. This is Schmidt. No additional time. There's the whistle. Halftime here at Yersack Field. We saw both teams even for the first 15. FC Kansas City, then the next 15 really started to assert themselves. Got some opportunities through Lauren Holiday, through Erica Timrak, and then in the last 10-15 minutes, Sky Blue FC asserted themselves to really create some chances. And in the end, both keepers, Barnhart for FC Kansas City and Cameron for Sky Blue FC, equal to the task, and we have a 0-0 scoreline at halftime.
Yeah, very interesting first half. As you mentioned before, Kansas City did dictate most of the possession, had great flank play. Holiday couldn't get on the end of anything. Timrak certainly looks the part of Player of the Week. Very good midfield player. Sky Blue created a few chances at the end of that first half. And as you mentioned before, Brett, 0-0 at halftime, which suits both teams very well. Both coaches, I think, will be happy with their first half performance. For Gabara and Sky Blue, what are they going to do to try to stop the flank play in the second half of this very attack-minded Kansas City team? And Kansas City team, what are you going to do to adjust to the substitutions and the adjustments that Sky Blue make in the second half?
Oh, we are at halftime here. Dan and Danielle will be with you in just a moment. Our halftime score, Sky Blue FC 0, FC Kansas City 0. We're back after this on YouTube.
It is tied here 0-0 at Yersack Field in Piscataway, New Jersey. Sky Blue FC hosting FC Kansas City in this battle for the #1 spot in the National Women's Soccer League. Alongside Dan Loletta, I'm Danielle DiGavanzo, and thank you for joining us here for halftime. Lindsay Cutshall was able to get her first start of the NWSL. How would you assess her performance so far?
Up and down. I'm surprised that FC Kansas City didn't spend more time trying to attack her specifically. And she was playing right in front of the Sky Blue bench. They were giving her an awful lot of instruction about getting forward. There was one free kick that Sky Blue took maybe midway between their own penalty area and the center circle. And at first there were the two center backs and Cutchall on the back, and Rampone and Goodson instructed her to go forward. Then Jim Gabara told her to go even farther forward. Then a little bit later there was a ball from Katie Friels that came across, and it looked like a lazy ball from Friels, but Gabara then pulled Cuttrell aside and said, that's the one. As soon as she gets it, you have to get up into that space. And then he shouted out, good ball, Katie. Even though to the naked eye and the untrained observer, and I'll admit I would have been in that group too, it looks like a bad ball from Friels. But not bad at this point. It's 0-0. Looks like we left all the goals to Portland tonight. But, if you can get through the first half scoreless, I think that's usually a pretty good job when you have a rookie defender making her first start.
Other than that, the FCKC lineup, same as the last time they played against Boston with Sky Blue FC. Not too much shifting around because of the injuries with Caitlin Ford out, Kelly O'Hara out, and Manya McCoskey out. You have Brittany Bach, Taylor Lytle, and Katie Friels is the center midfielder, and Brittany Cameron's back in goal versus Jill Lloyden, who was able to play in Rochester. Now, looking at three midfielders, how would you assess their performance against Timrak, Holiday, and Matthias?
I think for the most part, it's been pretty good. I think they did pressure Kansas City when KC had the ball in the midfield and a little bit into the KC side of the field, and that maybe didn't create turnovers because we've talked about how patient Kansas City is, but it prevented them from really having their meticulous and very nice-looking build-up down the field. So I think they've done a fairly solid job. I think on the attacking side, there was a little stretch there toward the end where Sky Blue had some chances, but there was also a good 10 or 12 minutes where they hardly did anything on the attacking front. So far, so good. A lot of work to do.
Kansas City got a lot of opportunities early on. They seemed to have the majority of possession, and one thing they kept trying to do is play that diagonal ball over the top, trying to beat Kendall Johnson down on the right flank or Kendall Johnson on the left side, but it wasn't really working out as well, and that's when we saw Kansas City kind of settle down more and play possession on the ground versus playing over the top ball.
I wonder if they tried that because they thought it would be too hard to play low, and they figured let's try the over the top, but that's an example of you have Mewis coming up the left flank, and that's Cutchall's side, and rather than trying to take her on, she was sending the diagonal balls, and they weren't working, and those are hard. No matter who's over there, you have to serve pretty much a perfect ball or have the defender completely fall asleep for that to happen. It's nice to do once in a while, but as you said, they started keeping the ball on the ground, and they had a sustained bit of possession from about minute 20 past the half-hour mark, and then again, Sky Blue had some chances there toward the end. So I don't think we've seen the best of KC yet. We'll see if they can figure out how to break Sky Blue's defensive effort in midfield. It's certainly been a lot stronger than what Boston had to offer them Wednesday.
And looking at Holiday and Timrak, the duo there, how would you assess their chemistry so far in today's matchup?
Not bad. You can tell that they look for each other, and you can tell that they like to play the game the same way, I guess. They like to take on defenders and then lay the ball off. And one thing I've been impressed with Timrak, watching up close, is that anytime somebody else has the ball, Timrak is ready for that play to break down. She's ready for either a back pass or a side pass. She doesn't get caught, offensively at least, does not get caught out of position very often. And that sometimes just being in the right spot can keep an attack alive, and maybe you get a goal, maybe you wear out the opponent's legs. There's a lot of different benefits that can come from that.
Not only that, you also, as a defensive side, you have to pay attention to where she is. You know she's a threat, whether she's dishing the ball out or taking shots on goal. So that puts pressure on Sky Blue FC if she's in that scoring position. And
once or twice, I thought they left her with too much space, but they did a nice job to recover. Now, both teams have had chances. I mean, this game doesn't have to be scoreless. Cameron made a couple of nice saves. There was one, actually, that spun back toward Timrak, but it wound up kind of going behind her, and she tried to just kind of backheel it, and it didn't really work. We saw Barnhart make a couple of saves. That looked routine, but it showed how well Barnhart is tactically to get herself in the right position. Adams fired one that just went wide, and that cross from Kendall Johnson to Sophie Schmidt, I was walking right on line with that cross, and Schmidt went up, and the ball just barely went over her head and missed, and if it's on her head, it's probably in the goal.
So both teams were able to kind of snip the goal a little bit to try to convert, but still scoreless here at Yersak Field. Now, talking about Lisa Devanna, she got injured in the New York game with a hamstring issue. Both hamstrings kind of bothering her, but in Rochester, it was the right one that she came off and iced immediately. Do you think it's been bothering her in this game down at field level?
About 90 seconds in, she limped a little bit. The play went down the other side, and she stayed she stayed back and grabbed her right hamstring and limped around a little bit. And the bench didn't seem to react, and she kind of got back into the play. Then we had Ocampo start to warm up, and I don't really believe that the Sky Blue's not to say, like Portland will warm up their subs at 25 minutes. Everybody starts running, but Sky Blue, as far as I know, doesn't do that. So Ocampo's warming up, and Devanna again holding that hamstring. Then all of a sudden she makes that great run on the ball and finds Schmidt for one of the Barnhart saves I talked about. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think that's Ocampo out there right now, warming up at halftime. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see Devanna not start the second half, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get to 90 and she's still out there.
But do you think that she's been wrecking havoc a little bit on that back line so far?
Not as much as she has in the past, no.
We just got a score update. It's tied 3-3 final with Chicago versus Portland. So now we look at the standings. Portland now tied in second with Sky Blue FC. Both have 31 points. So Sky Blue FC getting a point is now very crucial in order for them to remain either second or move up to first place in the NWSL
right,
standings.
They still have the tiebreaker for now on Portland, so technically they'll be second no matter what, but there is the match in hand, so you don't want to fall too far behind. And I hate to say this, but Chicago lost Kolupny, and they overcame a 3. I don't think there was any score when they lost Kolupny, but they came from 3-1 down, somewhat similar to when Hemmings went out with that late injury, and then they scored the 2 late goals against Kansas City. So Chicago keeps getting banged up, but they do not go away for anything. That team is very, very scrappy, and they've fought for every point they've gotten and done a good job with it.
And once again, we talked about it pregame, whether they may be able to sneak into the playoffs if they continue this scrappy play.
Yeah, unfortunately, a draw probably. I know they're on. On face value, on the road against Portland, you're down 3-1. You've lost Kolupny, who's probably your best field player. That's a real good result. But when you're 5 points out and the games are starting to dwindle, they probably needed a little bit more than that. But we'll see.
When you look at Sky Blue FC, this is the start of a very tough week for them right now. Tied 0-0 at this top of the table clash. They'll have to travel and play Portland on Wednesday in Portland, and then come back and play Washington here on Saturday.
Yeah, the schedule maker had a tough chore, and this is one of the bits of fallout from that. But if you can't get excited to go out and play Portland in Portland, where they get 5 figures every game, and you've already had pretty good luck against them, haven't conceded a goal in 2 matches, and I think you got to be up for that match and go out and do the best you can with it. And then Washington is hungry for a win. They finally got a couple goals in the run of play after over 900 minutes without that last night, and they haven't won a game since May 16th. So it will be a challenging week, but that's all part of the business.
And right now it's starting to rain again here in New Jersey, but it's still 0-0 with both teams still tied. What does each team have to do in order to try to not get the draw but be able to convert?
I think mostly what they've been doing, just a little bit more effective in the attacking third, and maybe for Kansas City, just a little bit quicker movement of the ball early on. Maybe see if they can take on Cutchall a little bit and work crosses from that side of the field. And for Sky Blue, they just need to maintain possession, because you saw what happened when they got into a point in the half where they played a whole bunch of minutes at a time playing defense, and you can't play defense for too long and expect to then be able to create goals at the other end. So I think Sky Blue's got to make sure when they get possession they keep it. Kansas City's got to make sure that they react a little bit quicker once they get possession and try to break down the Sky Blue defense in the midfield.
We saw with Sky Blue FC being able to gain the momentum going into halftime, so it'll be crucial for them to maintain this momentum, get more looks on goal. And I think part of it has to do with Lytle got more involved. She was pretty much invisible for part of the game, got more involved, created stuff. And Sophie Schmidt, you mentioned too, likes to come back a little bit. And I saw her kind of hunt back. I don't know what you saw on field level.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of her on the ball, and I think Sky Blue's better when Sophie Schmidt sees more of the ball. So I don't know if they'll back her up and play her like a withdrawn forward, maybe move her back into midfield again. Tough, especially if you lose Devanna. Now you're talking about taking 2 players off the front line. So I don't know how that'll work, but I definitely think Sky Blue is a little bit better when Schmidt has the ball. And Bach didn't see a lot of the ball, but she was also trying to take care of Erica Timrak and did a fairly good job at shadowing Timrak in the midfield.
I'd have to agree. Block made quite a few blocks and saves to be able to keep this 0-0. And when we come back, we'll have second half action. Dan, thank you as always for joining me here on Halftime.
Glad to be here.
We'll see you back on the sideline. So alongside Dan Loletta, I'm Danielle Diavanzo. When we come back, Brett Luthner and Eric Studnicki with the call for second half action between Sky Blue FC and FC Kansas City here at Ursec Field.
Second half about to start. Brett Luthner, Eric Studnicki. Scoreless here.
Halftime substitution for your Sky Blue FC. Out of the game, let's hear for number 11, Lisa Devana.
So Devana exits.
Replacing her is number 8,
And Monica Ocampo comes on to replace her.
And I like that change, Brett. You can see clearly Devana didn't have that energy and that burst and change of direction she customarily has. So Ocampo comes on, looks to fill the void. She's able to score goals. She's good at moving defenders around, likes to run forward.
And now already a foul goes against Kansas City. First half, Kansas City had the edge in shots 9-7 and 3-2 in shots on target. But of course, as we said, the keeper is equal to the test. Just 2 fouls in the half, one committed by each team. Of course, 5-1 in corners. This one put across. Oh, Barnhart does a good job to punch it out. Chip over the top. It's going to be chested down. Calm defending there and cleared away. Sky Blue FC will get them. Will keep it in, actually. Friels still with it. Takes a look. Swings it across. Barnhart's going to grab it.
And I like what Sky Blue has come out immediately. They've produced 2 good goal-scoring chances.
Just to let you know, Denisha Adams and Sophie Schmidt each attempted 2 shots in the first half. Matthias and Timrak 3 each. Holiday 2 in shots attempted in the first half for Kansas City.
And the one adjustment that Sky Blue definitely has to make in the second half is you have to apply pressure on the ball. Can't allow Kansas City to pick passes out. Mewis and Sauerbrunn are too good on the ball. They'll be able to find those midfield players to get into the attack. So better pressure is going to be needed by Sky Blue.
Of course, as you heard on the halftime shows, this flag is up for offside. Portland has drawn against Chicago 3-3. Christy Sinclair, this is the dangerous part. Christy Sinclair had 2 in that game. Meliana Shim had the other one, which she's been in tremendous form as of late for Portland. And then 2 former Sky Blue FC players. Alyssa Motz had 2 for the Red Stars, and Julianne Sitch drew the game level with 4 minutes to go. So 3-3 that draw. An important result here, considering these two. As Lytle's got it going towards goal, it's going to be a goal kick. Portland now, of course, on 31 points. So right off the bat, Portland's still going to be 3rd place. If this game ends level, then nothing's changed from what we started the night at.
Yeah, we're back where we started. Let's see what Sky Blue can manufacture in this second half. Certainly they have to come out. You see Ocampo's going to drift into that central area. Adams on the left-hand side. Sinclair, rather one of the other players out on that right-hand side. So just trying to provide a little bit more width than they did in that first half. I believe it's going to be Schmidt on that right-hand flank. So let's see if they constantly interchange to get a new look for this Kansas City team to try to defend. They've been very comfortable. They're back 4.
48th minute here of a scoreless match. Which has had chances here. Maybe not as wild as the Chicago-Portland game, but still, there's been opportunities, especially as the half wore on. And this one's going to go all the way back and trotted after by Goodson. Sends it up a little bit over Friels' head. And now pulled back down nicely there by Desiree Scott. Left side, right sideline, I should say, for Matthias. Matthias, the ball slows down first, puts it across, headed away. And Bach now has it. Moves it back off and cleared. Scoreless here at your sack, 49th minute. We're glad you can join us, especially those watching the prior game on Fox Soccer. Chicago and Portland level at 3 after full time, which is making this game even juicier.
And certainly ought to play for in this second half. And I like what Sky Blue's doing. They're having a much better attitude, trying to maintain possession, make those extra passes, get Kansas City out of position.
A pleasant first half there for Cutshaw in making her first start of the season. And that's a good sign if you're a Sky Blue fan. Now on is Friels. Drops it back off for Lytle.
Especially since Ford has had such a good season up to this point. So look to cog her in that area now.
And service across diagonally. Of course, Ocampo is on for Devana. Devana's hamstring just wasn't going to do it for a full 90, and Coach Gabarra decides 45 was enough, and now we'll see her availability for Wednesday's match at Portland. The cross-country flight to take place soon after this one. Probably not tonight, though. Probably heading out in the morning. Nice play there, and Sky Blue FC with it. Trying to move forward. Good ball for Lytle, just couldn't quite get to it. Defended well there by Sauerbrunn.
And that was created by the challenge by Friels, and that's what I like to see. Picking up a little bit higher in the midfield areas, not allowing possession to be obtained.
And now Desiree Scott wins the ball back. FC Kansas City looking to push forward here through Matthias. Cross, trying to go back to Matthias, but Kendall Johnson was in the way of that. Now Scott will move there, and possession as Holiday plays it back to Leanne Robinson. Robinson wants to go diagonal, but that was easily picked off by Cutshaw.
Yeah, poor ball there. You have to overhit it even in these rainy conditions.
Now, nice job there. Enough of a challenge by Sauerbrunn to disrupt the attack. And Kansas City wins possession again here. 52nd minute.
And it was also Scott who went in to help her out. Very good Kansas City at sending two players to the ball, gaining back possession.
Scott out muscling Lytle there. And gives Kansas City an opportunity to move forward. Matthias wants to go across. Cutshaw started to go after it. The flag went up, and actually Cutshaw moving up to try to take that pass away forced the offside there.
Absolutely good read on her part, just stepping up, allowing the Kansas City player to be offside.
And now player down there. Can't quite tell who that is. Is that...
I think it's Holiday.
It's Holiday, yes.
I think she just got stepped on there in that center circle area, Brett.
That never feels good. I'm sure you've been stepped on a time or two in your soccer career.
Absolutely. It just takes a few minutes to shake it off, and especially someone like Holiday, who's a goal-scoring leader. She's going to stay in this game.
And gets a nice round of applause from the crowd here. And mind you, I mean, considering a 2-hour delay, yeah, a few cars left, but not all that many, and still fans sticking it out here in the conditions, still raining, as the rain had picked up again at halftime. True Sky Blue fans here watching this one. Matthias with the left foot puts it across. Just not able to get ahead to it was Henderson. Melissa Henderson nearly found her first of the year, possibly.
And Matthias continues to be dangerous on this right-hand flank. She shows that she's a very smooth operator, good with the ball, can go 1v1, provide service. Certainly Johnson's going to have her hands full for the rest of this second half, but that's one thing that she could do by pinning her back, by trying to go forward. It's just up to those midfield players to try to get those flank players for Sky Blue involved. Takes patience.
It's the 54th minute of play here at Ursack Field. Scoreless, Sky Blue FC and FC Kansas City. We're glad you can join us here. Brett Luthner, Eric Studnicki up here in the booth. Dan Lauletta getting a little wet down there on the sideline, giving us some field reports, as always. This is a Sky Blue FC throw-in. Danielle Diavanzo also filling in, not only doing the halftime, but pinch hitting on the camera duty tonight.
So you can see both teams just trying to settle in this second half, Brett. Just be patient. I like what Sky Blue's doing here. Just possess the ball, connect passes.
Now over, trying to find Schmidt just a little too far. By the way, it would be remiss, Sean Bretherick doing the spotting for me tonight. We thank one and all here, and thank you for watching here on YouTube. Now Sky Blue FC trying to play back forward. Opportunity. It's Friels. Friels evades one, then another. That other was Scott. Turns around, finds Holiday in her way, so she plays it to Lytle. Goes back to Johnson safely. Now ahead. Little spin move, foul. He's going to be given. Friels has earned it. Referee was going to let advantage be played, but the foul was called. Christina Uncle blows the whistle down. Desiree Scott, the guilty party. Dangerous area here. Sky Blue, 55th minute.
And that was created by the quick turn of Friels. Once again, nice little Cruyff turn, Brett, center of the area. Sets up the free kick opportunity here, who I believe Friels is going to stand over this one.
Or will it be Denisha Adams? We'll see. Friels or Adams? Friels! I'm sure she wanted to strike that better. Adams was starting to step up on it as well, though.
Yeah, and on a night like this, you have to keep that ball low. You have to drive it down into the ground, make the goalie create a save opportunity. Rather disappointing there for Friels after the nice play she got to get the foul call.
Had to go at it there. 56th minute now. Now, Kansas City, Buskowski first.
And Sky Blue doing a much better job as that ball's won by Bach, just pressuring the midfield area, so they did make the adjustment. Not as much time for Kansas City on the ball.
Lytle just couldn't get to that one. Kansas City's got it back. Lytle backtracking. So instead, Holiday will just turn around and set things up. Holiday again. Lauren Holiday pointing out some movement for her teammates. And Holiday decides to go down the right side. Flag goes up. Just mistiming a run was Matthias. Just mistimed by a fraction.
Yeah, and that's what pressure does, Brett. You see Holiday there, very frustrated. Not able to make that diagonal pass of 30 yards, which is difficult in these playing conditions. So the amount of pressure you apply in the midfield area is paramount. Sky Blue has done a better job in this first 15 minutes of trying to make the pressure felt by this visiting team. No easy passes forward.
And this one gets forward as Adams takes a tumble. And Kansas City will have to deal with this and clear it away. Throw in for Sky Blue FC.
Yeah, and when that happens, you can unnerve the back four of Kansas City. Allow them to play faster than they want to.
And Sky Blue quickly took that throw in. Friels puts it across. Adams jumping for it, but it's cleared away by Sesselman. Still Bach wins possession. Goes out for Schmidt. Back over the top. And now cleared away. Sesselman again. Holds her defender off and does well to continue possession for Robinson now. As far as the midfield, actually Goodson stepping up defensively. Schmidt trying to get to this one. A little bounce, and now Holiday's going to come away with a good step, though, by Bach. Lytle to Adams. Nice back heel for Lytle again. Edge of the area. Spins with the left. Turns it around. Wanted to find again Adams, and Kansas City did well, but Lytle races back to win possession of the ball again. Good job by both sides here. Bach couldn't control that. And now Bach's got to get back here in a hurry. Kansas City trying to push forward here on the counter. They look wide for Matthias, and eventually going to throw it into that corner. Matthias isn't going to go chase it down. Instead, it's Holiday. Holiday's got it again. Left foot across. Going to be played calmly by Cutshaw. Still the chance here for danger, and going out to her right, not allowing it to get over the goal line there. Good job by Cameron to put an end to all that.
Yeah, Mewis just couldn't get enough on that shot to beat Cameron there. But certainly you can see what Sky Blue's trying to do. Bach is playing a little bit tighter, closer to the forward line, creating turnovers for Kansas City, which really eluded them in that first half, Brett.
And now, Kansas City's got it again. Going over, trying to find Matthias. A little too far, though, and again, Cameron didn't want to let that run out. She'll play on with this. It's 59th minute of play here at Yersack Field as Henderson stepped up to apply a little pressure, and now will do so again as Cameron plays long. And we go on here. Lytle trying to get through. Foul's going to be given. And Sky Blue FC earned themselves a free kick.
Yeah, much more active by Lytle in the midfield area. Friels, Adams, showing more life in the beginning stages of this second half, which they needed. For me, they were a little flat in that first half.
Rampone to put it back towards the penalty area. Headed away. Adams nearly got to it. Good job defending. And it'll be a Sky Blue FC throw in 60th minute.
Yeah, Sauerbrunn there, just safety first. Clear your lines. Reset. And these are the type of opportunities that Sky Blue really needs to capitalize on. Try to get something going, Brett. Create a half-chance opportunity.
Sesselman also there in a good defensive positioning. Now Sky Blue FC. Scoreless here with FC Kansas City in the 60th. Ball put across, headed away by Sauerbrunn. Bach couldn't get to that one, and eventually it'll be Timrak. Look at Timrak. So elusive. Now trying to go diagonal ball. Handball, but we're going to play on. Matthias has got it. Still with it, Kansas City with the opportunity here. Overlapping run coming for Robinson. Robinson with the shot, just missed it. Whistled over the crossbar. Dangerous opportunity for FC Kansas City in the 61st.
Yeah, and a great run by Robinson, just coming deep, getting on that right-hand side. Can't keep it on target, but a great play set up once again by this visiting team. So they're showing now they're a little bit more dangerous on the break. They're playing a little bit differently in the second half too, absorbing a little bit more pressure and then trying to hit Sky Blue on that quick counterattack.
And foul's going to go against Lytle. Good call there. As Lytle tried to hold off Timrak, and our referee, Christina Uncle, says, no, let's bring this back a little bit, ladies.
And for me, that was a good foul on Timrak. You have to get close. You have to create contact. You can't allow her to pick up the ball and run freely. She's done it twice already in this second half. A continuation of what her progress was in the first half. And those are the dangerous types of situations for Sky Blue.
Over the top here. Knocked around a little bit. Cleared, not away though. Dangerous opportunity. Sesselman's in there. Rampone defending her former teammates at it. Of course, Sesselman, the Canadian national. Still the opportunity for FC Kansas City. See if he'll get across. Does so, but knocked off the lines. Good job there by Sky Blue defending. But Kansas City in possession here in the 62nd. Ball comes across. Settled down for Robinson. Now Holiday cuts back. Wants to go towards the middle. Lytle's going to watch her. Pass is intercepted. And Sky Blue FC looks to come away. Lytle. Nice little chip pass ahead. Good little touch on that one. And oh, and a nice defensive play. Trying to spring forward. It looked like Ocampo. Sky Blue still in possession. Friels goes wide to Cutshaw. Cutshaw will take a look. Now it's Lytle. Taylor Lytle. Adams back for Lytle, and then Adams again. Good little interplay here. And Lytle, that's going to be a corner kick deflected. Last chance there, and it was knocked out of bounds by Sauerbrunn.
And that's when Lytle's her most effective, when she's playing little combinations with players. That time it was Adams. She was able to get through, get her shot off. Another corner kick opportunity for Adams here. So Sky Blue looking much more effective in this second half.
We'll go down to Dan in just a moment here as Adams is going to get the corner kick here. Right-footed. Back post. It's just going to sail over, and it's going to be a goal kick. Gives us a chance. Let's go down. Dan Lauletta.
Hey, guys. I've been trying to find some time to get in here and talk, and it's been difficult tonight. Game has been very clean. Not too many fouls, and it's been played at a pretty quick pace. One player I want to point out, though, is Katie Friels for Sky Blue in midfield. She's had some games where she's really shined this season. In the first half, she won a header from Jen Buskowski, and that set up one of Sky Blue's better scoring chances. And just a little while ago, she flat out won a free kick from Desiree Scott. Unfortunately, she put the ensuing free kick well high over the crossbar, but good work on both sides in this game tonight by Katie Friels, who does remain in midfield with Sophie Schmidt up top. Back upstairs, guys.
We were talking about that too as well. It's just, you know, earning that foul there, that's the one we really noticed. But Katie Friels really stepping up in the absence of some injured teammates right now in this game. As this one's going to run out of play. And almost slipping there was Matthias. That shows you there. She almost slipped how slick the surface still is.
Yet it's very important for this midfield of Sky Blue to continue the way that they're playing in this second half. Try to come out and dominate a little bit more physically. Try to find passes. Friels is doing a much better job as this game is going forward. Trying to be more active, proactive, getting the ball, being responsible, taking initiatives, and that's something that the Sky Blue team really has lacked the last few games. Who's going to be in the midfield area that makes the play that leads to a good goal-scoring opportunity for this team?
Even though the score, we've still yet to see a score here. 0-0 scoreline right now in the 65th. I think it's been quality here thus far from both sides, and showing Equality at the top of the table. Here goes Holiday. Good job by Bach to knock that away, but still the chance. And then a collision. Both players are going to be down. Everybody going for it. Brittany Cameron got the... did get some cleats right in the chest there. Trying to see who the Kansas City player was. Maybe in the shins.
I believe that's Henderson. That's down, Brett.
And now players go out. Trainers, I should say, go out to check on the players. Gives us an opportunity to tell you our last regular season home match for Sky Blue FC is on August the 3rd, 7 p.m. when Sky Blue FC hosts the Washington Spirit. That's Sky Blue FC soccer against Washington Spirit. Saturday, August 3rd at 7 p.m. For tickets, of course, you can visit the team's website, skybluefc.com. Of course, if you can't make it out to the match, you can catch that game right here on the NWSL YouTube channel. Sky Blue, 3 of their last 4 games on the road at Portland, then home for Washington before finishing at Chicago and at Washington. Golden opportunity if they can just get points here. As up slowly and hobbling around a bit there, as you were right, was Melissa Henderson, number 2, going in for that challenge. Brittany Cameron also took a knock on that one. And a nice round of applause from the fans here. Brave the conditions on a rainy night in Piscataway.
And as you mentioned, it looks like both players are going to be able to continue along as this game goes on. And that ball just popped off of Goodson right into the path of Henderson, who was streaking forward. But good job by Cameron, just coming out strong, making herself big, not shying away from that challenge.
The interesting thing here is this should be a drop ball, as the whistle was blown before the ball had left the field of play. So this should be a drop ball, and that is what Christina Uncle is indeed calling for. Matthias will come in. And Brittany Cameron puts up her hand, says she's okay. And we'll just see what's going on here as Brittany Cameron raises her hand in acknowledgement to Matthias off the restart. And now Cameron just trots it on up. And looks like everybody, after that collision, back and ready to go at it again. No loss of manpower. And handball is called. So Sky Blue FC will get themselves an opportunity here. Adams has got it.
A good play by Ocampo just to control that ball on her chest. Played that ball out to the left side. Had a streaking Lytle. Handball committed, as you mentioned. Rampone's going to stand over this one. Goodson forward. Adams forward.
Here's Rampone's service into the area. It's going to be headed away. Easily dealt with there by Robinson. And now on it is Timrak. Gives it on the cross. That was Buskowski back for Timrak. Turned it on over. Schmidt. Sophie Schmidt gives it. Tried to find, I believe it was Ocampo there. And this will eventually be played up the line. Now, FC Kansas City in the 69th minute here. And Henderson looking a little better there than she was a couple moments ago. Robinson right side. Leanne Robinson, nice ball, trying to find a couple players. Instead, it's going to find the waiting mitts of Brittany Cameron.
Yeah, there were 2 players there, Matthias and Henderson, just streaking forward diagonally. That ball was played a little bit behind him.
Lytle, back to Cutshaw. Going over the top on this one, just going to run a little too far. Looked like there was just something just to put the ball down to Kansas City end and see if they can put on some pressure in this regard.
Yeah, move your team up the field. Allow Kansas City to turn that ball over in the midfield area again.
Sometimes that is a good way to go about things. Even if you put it out to touch, sometimes you just do that to build pressure Pin your opponents in deep. Something that Taylor Lytle was used to last year with Pally Blues. And by the way, we've won the W League Championship down there at the lower levels. Pally beating Laval earlier today, 1-0. Congratulations to Pally Blues on that one. And another former Sky Blue FC player, Millet French, on that squad.
And fans, you only have 10 minutes remaining to enter the round.
Sky Blue FC here. 71st minute scoreless match here between Sky Blue FC and FC Kansas City. And foul's going to go against Sky Blue here.
And that was a needless challenge there on Schmidt. She was behind her, was never going to take possession from her. And one of the things I like to see about Schmidt is when she drops centrally. For me, she's rather isolated on that right-hand side as Ocampo takes up that central role. So look for her to switch as this game progresses a little bit more, to see a little bit more of the ball. She's good on it, a traditional center midfield player.
Kansas City back in possession here. Trying to make the run for Henderson. That'll be cleared away. What a nice job there, and Sky Blue FC has an opportunity to move forward. This is Schmidt, Sophie Schmidt. Schmidt going for goal. Ocampo wanted it, didn't pull up her run. I think that could have been an option. 71st, now 72nd minute, still scoreless. Henderson, check that, Leanne Robinson.
And Schmidt was always a tough angle there. She had Ocampo on the doorstep. I don't know if she was able to shape that ball to get it around that last defender for this Kansas City team, but needless to say, a very good opportunity for Schmidt. And as I said, she's rather isolated out there. She pops up with loads of real estate.
This is Kendall Johnson. Going to go back to her keeper. Brittany Cameron now with it. Cameron with a lion's share of clean sheets this year. 7 of them in her 9 victories, which is a remarkable number. Now, ball put across. Cameron's there again. Of course, a couple of those shutouts were 0-0 draws, so of the 9 victories, 5 of them have come by way of the shutout.
And that's what makes this team so dangerous, is their ability to keep clean sheets.
Now, here is Kansas City trying to find something here to go forward. Opportunity. Trying to find Matthias again. They're thinking they found something there, but Matthias hasn't. She's had the shots, but not able to finish it off. Now Matthias has got it again. Watched by Johnson. Overlapping run here for Robinson. Puts it across. Nobody home, though, except for Lindsay Lisenby Cutshaw.
And now she's starting to show composure on the ball. As this game, she's just growing in confidence, which you like to see from a young player who's put into a lineup of a top-of-the-table team.
Lytle's got it. And take a look, go across to Friels, Katie Friels. Let's see what she can do. Chooses Johnson on the left side. Johnson's got to hold up a little bit to gain control. Puts it across. Golden opportunity again. Goal kicked, though, as Ocampo did get ahead to it. 74th minute.
And that was a nice build-up play. That time it was Johnson just providing that service. In-swinging ball. Ocampo couldn't get enough on it, but really it's been a tale of 2 halves in terms of possession and style of play. Sky Blue was really assertive themselves in the midfield this second half.
We got a substitution coming on. So Henderson, after taking that knock, plays a little longer and comes out. And in goes Courtney Jones, number 8. And so now, Jones in for Henderson. And not really going to change much. Just put Jones up top there. Throw in for FC Kansas City.
Yeah, in that play, just Johnson was under too much pressure. Couldn't get enough on that one. That ball's played out of bounds.
Desiree Scott plays it forward. Here's Holiday. Wants to hold up. Toe pokes it and cleared away. Scott again. 75th minute. Holiday. Switch the field here. Far side. Kansas City trying to build an attack now. Coming down the left. This is Mewis. Couldn't get it towards goal quite. And a little stumble there. Still good possession. Holiday! Oh, nice save there. The danger of the MVP candidate, Lauren Holiday, but equal to the task, Brittany Cameron, corner kick.
And that was just a quick shot on goal. As you said, Cameron was equal to the task. Put that one over. Tamrick was the one who saved that ball, played it into our path. Sky Blue gets away with another opportunity that's missed by this visiting team.
Number 6 in the corner department for FC Kansas City. And it's Mewis to take it. A lot of white shirts coming forward. This one swung across. And it's going to be headed away. And yet another corner. This one on the other side. 7th corner for the Blues.
And that was Bach that time with the clearance. Once again, let's see if they go near post here. Low-driven balls always give teams trouble, especially in wet conditions.
Hey, let's go Sky Blue chant coming up from the fans down there. A lot of umbrellas still out as the rain is still falling a little bit. This one, again, put across and bundled in. And Kansas City have put themselves on the board. 1-0 FC Kansas City. Courtney Jones gets the final touch on that one. 77th minute. That one scored in the 76th.
And you can see Cameron out there arguing somewhat with the referee, but she's got to do a better job at just asserting herself there. Strong hands, take control. I believe she turned her back and that one just hit off the back of her as that went in. So rather hapless goalkeeping mistake by Sky Blue. And as a result now, Brett, they're down 1-0 after really doing much better in the second half to try to go for the go-ahead goal.
She tried to get up there and get it and just couldn't quite get the hands on all the way. And now Sky Blue FC chasing the game here. 1-0, 77th. Goodson. Turned it over. Desiree Scott gives it on ahead. Kansas City trying to come forward again. A nice job there. Knocked away. And Sky Blue FC back with it. Lytle. Taylor Lytle. Friels goes across. Sky Blue FC trying to push forward here. Rampone still with it and has earned a corner. 3rd corner of the match for Sky Blue FC.
Now let's see if they can create something. Luck of their own. For me, a rather fortuitous goal by the visiting team. Very lucky at the end. Sky Blue needs a half-chance opportunity here. They need someone to show desire and heart to get on the end of this service by Adams.
So Lauren Holiday gets the assist. Put across! And the flag is up on the far side.
And that ball was played out of bounds and went over the touchline, then came back in on that in-swinger by Adams, which you have to do a better job there. Your team's down by a goal now. You have to really focus, provide good service.
Courtney Jones, her 3rd goal of the season, by the way, and Lauren Holiday, her 8th assist of the season. Remarkable what Lauren Holiday has done. Check it, 9th. Heading around a little bit. Bach trying to win it, but instead it runs out. 79th minute of play here. Brett Luthner, Eric Studnicki, Dan Laletta, take it away.
Guys, as we tick down now with Kansas City leading 1-0, Courtney Jones, the last time the Blues were here, was struggling in the first half. She got pulled off right around the 40th minute before halftime, was not pleased about it at all. Tonight she comes off the bench and within moments converts the only goal of the game. So Kansas City right now trying to nurse that 1-0 lead, trying to do a bit better job than they did last time they were here at Ursac.
Last time they were here at Ursac, they conceded a 2-goal lead. And the lady that did that to them was Monica Ocampo, and she's out there now. So we'll see what goes on. Both teams have used 1 substitution. There's still 2 more to go. This runs out for a goal kick.
Yeah, plenty of time left for Sky Blue to get the equalizer, Brett, or create some chances. They're going to be a little bit stretched at the back. They have to really make sure that they track Holiday, Tamrick for their pace and their ability to play passes, but they have to go forward now.
And they're going forward here. to the captain. Well, she got some pace down on the right side, puts one across, try to find Schmidt. And instead it'll be cleared away and back in possession. A light rain still falling here at Ursac. 80th minute. 1-0 FC Kansas City off the head of Courtney Jones. Offside there.
Offside is called. And fans, you can own the official NWSL jersey from your favorite team today.
So Sky Blue FC will put this back in.
That's NWSLshop.com.
Still, they have to be patient, Brett. Connect passes, play in the feet, try to play around the edges, get a quality cross in, get someone on the end of it.
Kansas City moving forward. Trying to put on an attack. This one, the flag stays down. Shot, and Cameron's going to get this one. Interesting decision by the assistant referee. As Brittany Cameron was pleading for that flag to go up. But the save was made nonetheless.
And that was Jones, who didn't have enough pace on that shot to beat Cameron. But once again, it was Tamrick who turned and faced, had plenty of opportunity and room to pick a pass out.
And now, and possession here. Sauerbrunn goes back, and it's sent up. Sky Blue FC trying to chase it down here. Temrak loses it to Denisha Adams. Adams playing it forward. Here's Lytle. Check it, Ocampo. Ocampo there, couldn't quite get it towards goal, so let's try this again. Adams gives it on off. Now ball put across, settled down, shot towards goal! Didn't miss by much. Goodson was lurking.
And that was a nice ball played into the path of Goodson, or Schmidt rather. She just couldn't get enough on it to beat the goalkeeper. But nice interchanging play there by Adams and Ocampo, and that's what they need in this last 9 minutes. They need to send numbers forward.
And they're doing that. Goodson is up. So Sky Blue has changed formation, just 3 on the back. Trying to get the equalizer here. Headed forward. This is Goodson. Going to go on across, trying to chase it down. Ocampo, she's not quite going to get there, though.
And fans stick around.
Adams.
And as you mentioned, Goodson's going to play the target forward, just hold the ball, allow the runners to come into your path, lay passes off. But they're still, Brett, going to have to play with a little bit more width for me.
Ocampo trying to put on some pressure. Eventually taken away. Ocampo's got it. Ocampo going towards goal. Barnhart there. 83rd minute. Barnhart to her left. Comfortably saving.
You know, Ocampo, rather ambitious shot there from 25 yards out. I'd like to see her try to slip a pass through to Schmidt there to get a little bit closer. Always difficult on a rainy night to keep that ball low and driven.
There's been a constant light rain here in the second half. And right now, Sky Blue FC trailing in the match 1-0 to FC Kansas City. Long ball is ambitious. Schmidt trying to get there, and another collision. We've seen a few of these tonight. Slow to get up. It was Barnhart, but she's still up, and we continue on. 84th minute.
Yeah, and I like that ball by Adams. Just play direct now. You're not going to be able to combine too much through the midfield in the last few minutes of this game. Can you get the ball forward into the danger area? As a free kick's going to be conceded against Bach there, but this is a perfect opportunity now, Brett. Play direct, flick-ons, desire.
Desiree Scott, the guilty party. And it looks like Christy Rampone will put one towards the area. Rampone puts her leg into it. Knocked down, still loose, and then cleared away. This will go out, throw in for Sky Blue FC.
And that was Sauerbrunn once again, who was there just to close the door on Sky Blue, who has done a great job tonight.
Rampone putting it back towards goal. Sky Blue FC really pushing numbers forward to try to win this one. Won the ball here, good hustle. Laid back off for Friels now. The hustle play made by Schmidt for Friels here. Friels puts it across. Chested down, save made off the Denisha Adams shot. No matter, the offside flag had gone up on the far sideline in the 85th.
Yeah, and Adams was just a shade offside there. Good individual effort by Friels. Played that delightful chipped ball into the path of Adams. Unfortunately for Sky Blue, she was a touch offside.
And so we still go on with a 1-0 score. 85th minute of play. Barnhart puts it back in. Bach heads it away. And now, back to Cutshaw. Header on. Cleared away. Sky Blue FC trying to find something forward with Friels here. Friels gets it dispossessed, though. Good job by Scott. And now, FC Kansas City comes the other direction. Holiday couldn't quite control, though. And now Sky Blue FC through Bach. And now Goodson, who's moved up from her defensive role to attack. Just out of the reach. Johnson. Johnson with it. Puts it towards the area. Headed! Good chance there for Sky Blue in the 86th. Schmidt going forward.
Yeah, she just couldn't flick that ball into the central area there. Good service there by Johnson. Last few minutes, continue to pump those direct balls into the area. Look for someone to get on the end of it. Usually it's Ocampo who's big in these situations. Let's see, Brett, if she can deliver again in these final 3 minutes or so.
Sky Blue pushing numbers forward to try to get this equalizer. However, speaking of equalizer, you can catch Dan Lauletta's column. Lauletta's lowdown on equalizersoccer.com. There's going to be a substitution made by Kansas City at the next whistle. Sinead Farrelly is getting ready to come on. Getting ready to come into the match. Getting some instruction there from Coach Vladko Andonovsky. And she's still getting instructions, so cannot check into the game just yet. Nice. FC Kansas City will put this one back into play. And again, this runs out for a throw-in, and now she'll have her opportunity to come in. So Sinead Farrelly will check in here. 87th minute. Coming in for the number 15, Erica Timrak. Played well today, did Timrak. Created many problems. Now we're in the 88th minute. Created a lot of problems for Sky Blue FC. And now she checks out. And Sinead Farrelly is in. 13 matches on the season and 1 goal for Sinead Farrelly. And a job well done by Erica Timrak.
Yeah, she was dangerous all night, as you mentioned, when she was on the ball. Picked up the ball in a lot of different areas of the field. Has a good dribble. Can make penetrating passes. So certainly going to be a player that this league looks to embrace moving forward.
Now Kansas City trying to put the match out of reach. And now in the reach of Cameron. Nice diving save. The rebound's blocked away. Corner number 8. Kendall Johnson did the defensive job there. After a nice save diving to her left for Brittany Cameron. Matthias. Dangerous.
Yeah, Matthias just couldn't get that past Cameron. And certainly Kansas City going to take their time on this corner kick opportunity here. Sky Blue's going to get one more rush up the field, Brad. Can they convert? Can they equalize? Can they salvage a point at home?
It's happened before. Short corner here. 89th minute of play. And they're going to try to kill it in the corner. Goes out throwing for Sky Blue FC, but not exactly the place you want to be throwing from. Sky Blue going to try to push all sorts of numbers forward. Cutshaw goes up the line, mishit that one, and cracked it right into Coach Andonovsky in the process.
Yes, welcome to New Jersey, Coach.
It is a lovely state we're in, eh? Bach on the challenge, and this one goes out again. Throw in FC Kansas City, and it doesn't look like we have any more substitutions here. Don't see anybody really warming up on either side. Now played through. Brilliant ball moving around. Is it 2? No, it isn't. Tremendously off the line. Cutshaw saved the goal. Cameron had come out to challenge, and Cutshaw desperate defending.
Yeah, she certainly left her feet there. Just did a nice angled slide. Kicked that ball right out of the goal.
Cutshaw showing tremendous heart to make sure that this game did not end that way. I think it's taken out for her efforts here. Going down the sideline, Goodson. It's going to be played away. Throw in 90th minute. We'll see how much stoppage time is going to come. Schmidt. In now for Schmidt again. And couldn't quite control it. Throw in FC Kansas City. And waiting from our fourth official how much time will be put on the clock.
The official time is
3 minutes of stoppage time. So 3 minutes. Denisha Adams muscled off the ball there. And it's cleared away. And actually, the offside flag had gone up on that one. Not too often you see offside called there, but it is the right call. Back in towards the area, flicked on, knocked down by Schmidt. Now the opportunity for Sky Blue FC. Laid back off Johnson. Johnson putting it back in, headed away, didn't get it high enough. Johnson chases it back down. Kendall Johnson serves it in again. Sesselman appeals for handball, but we continue. Rampone. Christy Rampone. Eyes it up. Knocked out, throwing for Sky Blue FC. 2nd minute of stoppage time here. Sky Blue FC desperately trying to get the equalizer here. Raid might check in, but we'll see what happens here first. Sky Blue FC just not able to control the ball there. This one played up. Chance here for Kansas City. Cutshaw doing her best to defend and does well. And now Cutshaw tries to go up. It's deflected out. And Kansas City will get that substitution.
Substitution for FC Kansas City.
Teresa Noyola to check in.
Merritt Mathias.
And Merritt Mathias comes out of the match.
Teresa Noyola.
So Noyola in. Last minute of stoppage time. Cutshaw. Goes across Rampone. Let Rampone set things up from the back here. She's going to serve forward. Trying to find Ocampo, just a little too far for her. Ocampo hustling to get there, but not enough. It's a goal kick. The dying moments of the match here, 1-0. FC Kansas City. Sauerbrunn to put it back into play. Christina Unkel takes a look at her watch. Sauerbrunn taking her time putting it back in. Now does so. Just headed on. Johnson, who nearly turned it over. Coming back. Deflected away to Friels. Katie Friels pulls it back down. One last rush here for Sky Blue FC. Foul, no foul given. Crowd wanted one, but Christina Unkel not buying into it. Stepping up Johnson, and there's our final whistle. A huge road victory for FC Kansas City. They take all 3 points tonight and defeat Sky Blue FC by the final count of 1-0. The lone goal coming by way of a corner kick headed home by Courtney Jones in the second half of play. Sky Blue FC valiantly tried to push forward to get the equalizer, but the FC Kansas City defense and goalkeeping, that of Nicole Barnhart, kept them off the board, and the final score, 1-0 FC Kansas City.
Yeah, and it was a total team effort by this FC Kansas City team, coming here knowing that if they secure the 3 points, they could assure themselves a playoff spot, continue to maintain the climb, and try to make sure that they're in for a championship run. Very organized, much heart and desire in that first half, which really led them to create good goal-scoring opportunities. They got the goal in the second half off the corner kick, as you mentioned before, Brett, and as a result, they have a very big road victory, which really now puts them in the driver's seat as the playoffs are right around the corner.
So that victory, along with the Portland results, our new standings, FC Kansas City are now 4 points clear of Sky Blue FC. FC Kansas City on 35 points. Portland and Sky Blue tied at 31. as Portland drew today. Portland's got a game in hand on Sky Blue FC. And, of course, FC Kansas City now the first team in the NWSL to get to 10 wins on the season. Dan Lauletta is down at field level. We're going to take it down to him. Dan, go ahead.
I'm here with Courtney Jones, who scored the only goal tonight in FC Kansas City's 1-0 win. Courtney, first things first, tell us about the goal.
Cheney put a perfect ball in. I went in for Melissa, and Melissa's one of her best qualities is in front of the keeper on corners. So I figured that I was going to take her spot. I used to do it in college, but I was quickly removed from that position. I went in hard. The ball came straight for me. I saw her behind me, so I carefully got in front of her, trying not to foul her, and it was a perfect ball.
Last time you guys were here, you started and got pulled out in the first half. Weren't too happy about it. How is this different, and what has transpired for you since then?
That was a hard game. Me and my coaches worked it out. Every athlete has those games, right now coming off the bench, all I can do is go out there and sprint like crazy and use all my energy, try to lift the spirits of my team, and I hope that I helped that tonight.
Now, speaking of energy and coming off the bench, there was a lengthy delay before you guys get out there to start this one. How do you handle that as a team waiting around, and how do you handle that as a bench player, like 3 hours waiting to come in a game?
Yeah, it's hard for the starters in general. We warmed up. We had to go back in for almost an hour and a half. For the reserves, we almost had to warm up 3 or 4 times during the game. I can definitely say it's harder for the starters. They have to go out and keep their energy high, keep their confidence up, and sitting around is never good, especially after you get warm, you get cold, you get warm again. If you've ever been there, it's not fun. But I think both teams handled it. What you have to think about is both teams are going through the same thing. It wasn't just our team.
Courtney, thanks.
Thanks so much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Dan Lauletta there. Thank you, Courtney Jones, as well. Listen, comes on, second half, substitute, bang, header off a corner kick service. Sometimes that's all you need. And in the end result, Kansas City, a huge road result.
Yeah, and that was the play she mentioned. She just fronted the goalkeeper. Karen, I thought, could have done a better job with that, just going through that ball, showing some desire to obtain possession. Soft goal for me leads to another Sky Blue loss at home. And so now with, I believe it's 3 games left or 4 games left, Brett, they're really going to need to do their due diligence just to not only maintain a playoff spot, to also try to maintain a home field advantage, which they had up until 2 weeks ago.
And now, again, we just look at it again. Kansas City is now 4 points clear atop the standings. Sky Blue and Portland tied for the second spot. First tiebreaker is head-to-head. And in 2 matches, Sky Blue, a 1-0 win at Portland during that remarkable run they were on, 4 straight shutouts, and then a 0-0 draw here in Piscataway. And that was just days after the U.S. national team had played that match where Abby Wambach set the record and everything, and then also Canada had come home. So a lot of big players were tired.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are the things that really tell the DNA and the genetic makeup of your team. What is Sky Blue going to do now in these final games? Are they going to change their formation? Every team is going through the injury bugs right now. What are you going to do to plug in players to get a rhythm so this team continue to try to climb back into the playoff race and get a home field position? But certainly going away for 3 out of their next 4 games is no easy task. Every team is going to be capable of winning those games. So Sky Blue really has to go back to the drawing board, come up with some good ideas in training. How's Devanna going to help out? What's Schmidt going to do? How can you fit Ocampo into the mix? And when you have a good balanced team like Sky Blue has, you have to tactically figure those things out as the season starts to unwind.
Sky Blue FC have only won 2 of their last 9 matches. After having that 5-game winning streak, getting off to that 7-1-1 start, they are now 9 wins, 5 losses, and 4 draws. So Coach Gabara is going to have some things to think about as they fly across.
Yeah, and certainly you can change up the tactics things haven't been working as of late. You can put players into different positions, but it boils down to, are the players going to give the effort that they need, especially at their home games? They're going to go away Wednesday, play against a very tough Portland team. They come back home for their final home game against Washington next week, so they need to win these 2 games now. No doubt about that, Brett. If not, if they continue to drop points and form as everything in this league, they could find themselves looking outside of the playoff race, which all of us thought was unthinkable at the midway point of the season.
It probably will not happen. There's an outside chance, of course. Chicago getting the 1 point tonight. They're level with Boston on 23 points. They're still 8 points behind Sky Blue FC, and time running out on those 2 squads as well with only 4 matches to go. So mathematically still there, but it would be difficult. But Sky Blue FC losing tonight by a final score of 1-0 to FC Kansas City, as we just heard the thunder sirens going off again. So the match got in just before more thunder and lightning in the area, and we're all glad for that. Our next Sky Blue FC broadcast, the last one here on YouTube, will be Saturday, the 3rd of August, 7 p.m., when Sky Blue FC play host to the Washington Spirit. That's Sky Blue FC and Washington Spirit, Saturday, August 3rd at 7 p.m. For tickets to that game, go visit the website, www.skybluefc.com, or if you can't get to the game, come visit us here on YouTube for the last game of the regular season. So, for Dan Lauletta, Danielle Diavanzo, Sean Bretherick helping out with the production and the spotting today, and my broadcast partner, Eric Studnicki. My name is Brett Luthner. Thank you for watching this presentation of Sky Blue FC Soccer. Once again, the final score, FC Kansas City, a big road victory, 1-0 over Sky Blue FC. From your Sac Field, ladies and gentlemen, we say goodnight, and we'll see you on Saturday.